All right. Welcome, welcome, one and all, to the newest episode of the Xbox 2 podcast. Two episodes of the Xbox 2 podcast in 1 week. You guys are very lucky. One show on Monday, another show on Friday. We're doing double duty. And the funny thing is because I said to Jez, I was like, maybe we should just skip this week and come back next week when there's a bunch of stuff to talk about because, we kind of did talk about everything on Monday, and Jez is like, we need to do it for the fans. And I'm like, okay, we'll do a show on Friday. So we're here because of you guys, and because Jez was very, very, very adamant about doing this show. So
yeah,
Mr. Corden, you're here. You're
yes.
Windows Central as usual. I'm Randall Thor 19, the man with the million. And we just talked a couple days ago. So I'm like,
hello, Rand.
Hey, how's your week, man?
Hi.
How's it been? How you been doing since Monday? Yeah.
I've been doing good. Good. Actually, no, that's a lie. I've been doing terrible.
Oh.
I've been doing. Yeah,
sick?
I got stomach problems, bro.
Oh no, not stomach problems.
I got stomach problems, bro.
No.
You might remember. A couple of years ago.
I do remember.
Yeah. So it's exactly the same situation. I flew back to the UK, and I had really bad stomach pain. Exactly the same. What happened a couple of years ago? In the summer, flew back, bad stomach pain. Only last time it lasted for about 6 months.
Ooh.
So I do not want to be in that situation again. So I'm praying it's not that, but we're a week in so far, and it's not fun. So yeah, so not great. I've been taking it easy at work and using it as an excuse, play lots of video games. So silver linings and all that. Unfortunately, though, no games that I can actually talk about. I have because Rand, we are now in
review
the sort of
season. Dun, 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 dun,
yeah,
dun,
kind of, but it's like a little bit early, isn't it? Because all the games have been squashed into August, September, October to avoid November.
Mm-hmm.
The Grand Theft Auto month 6 of Doom. So that's all the games decided, you know what, fuck it. We're all going to launch at the same time.
We're all going to munch in a month and a half window.
Yeah, so I have I've literally got post-it notes with all the embargoes on. I got 4 embargoes, and some of the games have got a really long embargo of 3 weeks. Because I almost feel like the games are oh, if we get our review copies out more early, there's more likelihood that our game will be reviewed over someone who gets it out later. I kind of feel like. Because I am prioritizing the games that have given a longer lead time.
It's always nice. It's always nice when you get a review copy well in advance, right?
It is. It's fantastic. Because you don't have to rush. You can take your time, play it more normally, explore, really soak it in. Right?
I got a game. Remember on Monday, I was like, I'm playing a game I can't talk about. I already beat it, and it's I still can't talk about it yet. And it's feels great because I beat the game. And there's still a lot of time before the game even releases.
Yep. Sure.
So it's always nice when you basically have all the time, or as much time as you possibly can, to play something and not feel like you're rushed. Because the whole review industry, unless you're super big, like a Skill Up or somebody like that, where people are going to turn up for your reviews regardless because you've built up that following, right, where it's there's this rush to you have to have your review out day 1, because otherwise, if you don't, nobody's going to care about your review on day 3 or day 4 or day 5. The views and the clicks fall off dramatically. So everybody sort of it rushes, and if you get the game 3 days beforehand, people put in these long hours to try to finish it, and then maybe you don't like the game because you're basically on a timetable trying to finish it and stuff. Or then you got people out there who say they finish games and then they actually don't, or they only play the game for a couple hours and call it a review. Shout out to all the outlets that do review in progresses. I'm not talking about those, but there are definitely outlets out there, and there are definitely YouTubers out there who will do a review and like they haven't beaten the game or they're not even halfway through, but like you can't, like you sort of have to hit those targets, So
Yeah, I mean, these days
that's
game
the
reviews don't get
business. That's the
yeah.
business.
But these days, like game reviews don't get shit for clicks. It's just really about being, you know, sharing your feedback, getting your score out there, and staying on good terms with Metacritic, I suppose. 'Cause if you don't regularly pump out reviews, and Metacritic will drop your ass. So
Mm,
it's kind of like it's less about getting the clicks because only few people get clicks from reviews. I certainly ain't one of them these days.
mm,
Um, but you know, I feel like not many people review the Xbox versions of games these days. So I like
true.
to
That
be
is
one of
true.
the few people that do
I
review
mean,
the
there's
Xbox
reasons
versions
for
of
that.
games.
I mean,
Yeah,
sometimes Xbox code is more
hard to get.
harder to get. You could
Yeah,
ask for like a PR person, be like, "Hey, I'd like a code for this game," and they're like, "We can give you PC right now, and we could give you PS5 in a day or two." And you'd be like, "Well, what about Xbox?" That'll be closer to launch or after launch. So then it's
yeah,
just like, okay,
yeah.
well, and then obviously most people who you sort of play on the system that you enjoy the most, or that the one you spend your most time on, and that's clearly PC and PlayStation for most folks. So they just request PlayStation and PC codes. So Xbox is sort of, kind of the long forgotten like son, right? So, you look at
Mhm,
Metacritic and you look at the reviews and it's like, yep, like 5 reviews for the Xbox version or whatever, but there's 80 reviews
mhm.
for the PlayStation version. We've talked about that in the past about how that's a problem. And I don't know how Microsoft's supposed to solve that, unless be faster with uh, their certification process. But Microsoft laying off a bunch of people, are they going to be faster at all that sort of stuff, or just slower? I don't know.
Remains to be seen.
Remains to be seen. But it is review season. How many games right now do you have for review?
Uh,
Not
well,
even not
of the
even the
ones
ones that
I'm
you're playing, but like just kind of just sitting there being like you could if you wanted to.
oh, if I could, if I wanted to, literally about
Jesus.
8 to 10, if I count some indies. Yeah, it's wild, man. And also like a preview for a very big upcoming game, Gears of War E-Day
Yeah, I did.
campaign
I
preview I'm
saw you
working on.
posted that.
Yeah.
You're very very
So,
excited boy to play the Gears
I
E-Day.
am.
You've
No
been
no
waiting. You've
hints,
been
but
waiting for a long
yeah.
time to get your hands on this. This
Uh,
is this is your this is your time. This is your time, Jez.
my time to shine, baby.
Your time
But
is
yes,
now.
I pre-ordered the red controller as well. A
Did you
very sexy
pre-order
controller.
the Lancer?
I did not, and do you know why? Because I've already got a full-scale replica Lancer, and I literally, even though I want it, I literally cannot possibly hope to justify it.
Why
My
not?
my retro Lancer is sitting on top of my cupboard, and there's just nowhere to put it. There's nowhere else to put it.
Get
I've
rid
got
of that.
one spot for a Lancer, and it's up there.
You get rid of that Diablo for Lilith statue that you bought.
Dude, the Lancer's way bigger than the Lilith
I mean,
statue.
it's definitely wider for sure.
It's huge. I mean, I could mount it. You know, I don't even have any wall space left. It's crazy. Like, it's I need to just, we're looking for my own place. So my girlfriend's trying to find a place for us at the moment. I says to her, find a place. I don't care where it is or what it is. Find a place and I'll throw the money at it.
Mm.
So she's talking us in that.
Find the
Probably end up in
place,
like a I'll probably end up in like a pink house
and
with
then
flowers and
and
shit.
then
Um,
you're gonna be sitting there being like, man, I wish I had my full length replica Lancer.
yeah, yeah, I get it.
Which how
I
much
get
was
it
it? How much
eventually.
was it going for? 'Cause I saw Gaz bought
Oh,
one.
God, it's not cheap. Isn't it
It's like
like 200 quid or something?
300 $300, something like that. Was
Something
it?
like that.
I
I
did
only
see.
paid like 99 for I think it's Gears 4 Lancer that I've got. Gears 4. It's got the wooden stock, which I think is Gears 4. I could be wrong. I don't know. Pretty cool. It's got lights in it and shit.
I wonder how many of
Oh, we've
those
got
they
Paris in
actually
the
made.
chat. Shout out to
Mm,
Paris.
Mr. Paris. Mr. Paris.
Oh, They always make a bunch. They always sell out, but probably not that many.
Yeah.
But that's usually the way with merch. Like when you get like, I remember like, do you remember a few years ago I sold all of my Pokemon merch,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm. Mhm.
Because all of it's limited edition technically. So like you buy it, and then there's only so many, and then the price goes up like crazy, and you can potentially make a lovely profit, which is pretty much what I did. If anyone here wants to buy State of Decay 2 Collector's Edition, by the way, unopened, let me know.
I don't think anybody wants to buy that. It's probably
I tried to sell it
worthless.
on eBay,
It's
but
worthless, Jez.
nobody bought it. I'll just give it away maybe on Twitter or something.
Nobody wants it. So just another one of those. Yeah, I saw that. I was like, man. I mean, it would be cool to have, I suppose, but also it's a lot of money. Could buy a lot of books. You know, could definitely buy a lot
A
of
lot of
books.
books.
Um, you know, outside of the game, I can't talk about. I did start. I was sitting there and like, what do I feel like playing? Because sometimes you get in moods where you're not really like kind of feeling a certain type of genre of a game, right? Like I have Lego Batman, the Lego Batman Dark Knight Legacy, but like I'm just not in the mood to play a Lego game right now. So I was like, well, I don't really play this right now. And then,
I suppose you just played Halo, so you've had your fill of Lego
oh
games.
yeah, let's laugh about it. Um,
Sorry.
I have like there's some other couple other games like there's I've replaced that I still need to play and a couple other like Hades
I still
2,
haven't played
Planet of
Replaced.
Lana 2. It's like I have these other games that are sitting there, and I'm just kind of
Oh,
like
and
I don't feel like playing any of these games right now. Like I also like stopped playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag because I needed to play Halo, so I could go back to Black Flag. But I'm just like I don't want something open world, and I'm like I don't know what to play. You know, yeah, I've been reading my books and watching a lot of TV shows, catching up on some of the
goddamn
stuff.
books.
So I decided for whatever
You and
reason
your book.
I got it into my head, and I was like, oh, you know what I want to play. I was like, even though I've already
Pokemon?
played it, but
Oh.
I kind of wanted to catch up because some of the more videos I've been seeing of Control 2 makes me a lot
Oh.
more interested in like because before when we showed like I'm big time Remedy fanboy, right? Like love all their games. Like Alan Wake 2 is one of my top 5 games of the generation. And I really like Control. I love Quantum Break. Max Payne 1 and 2 are classics. Like they've never really let me down. I was a little disappointed about the transition from Control 1 from playing as Jesse with the different guns to playing as Dylan as a melee stuff cuz I don't know, like for me uh like the melee like prototype-ish stuff I'm not super interested in, so like anytime they sort of showed like the initial gameplay of Control 2 I was always kind of off put. I'm like, I don't know, it doesn't look like it's I was like, whatever. But then there's been more gameplay that's released because people previewed it, and like the gameplay looks like a million times better. And all of a sudden, I was just like, you know what? I have Control Ultimate Edition, which I've never played, even though I've played Control back when it first came out. They released like an Ultimate Edition for the Series X and S and PS5. So I was like, you know what? Let me play through Control again, leading up to Control 2, just to kind of remember some of the weird things that happen in Control, because Control's a very weird game. It has a lot of its own lore, which is one of the things I really appreciate about the game is the world building that they do, right? Like all the crazy stuff. So I started playing Control Ultimate Edition last night, and I don't know, I still really enjoy it. It's 60 frames on Series X and S, or Series X at least, and I definitely should be able to beat it by the time Control 2 comes out. But that's what I'm currently playing is Control in preparation for
Yeah,
Control 2.
I did the same thing, a few weeks ago, if you remember. Like
Mm.
I saw some bits and pieces about Control 2, and then I was lucky enough to go hands on with it at Summer Game Fest, and I was quite impressed with it. And I'd always like I'd always liked the look of Control because it had like that X Files kind of vibe, and I just love X Files. And I was like, but the couple of times I tried to get into it, I couldn't get into it. But like once I pushed through that initial, say maybe first couple of hours before you get like some of the more interesting abilities, I ended up really loving it. And the expansions are really good. And if you take time to like really soak in the lore and the atmosphere, read the notes and engage with the characters and just sort of like get immersed in it, I think that's when it's the strongest because I think the combat isn't the best in the universe, but the exploration, the lore, and the sort of the atmosphere is just really, really good. And I think ultimately I got sucked in and I did enjoy it, you know. Not
Yeah,
my favorite game I've ever played, but it's a really solid game and I'm really intrigued about Control 2 and I'm just kind of rooting for Remedy because nobody really makes games like Remedy.
that is true. Nobody really does. Yeah, so that's kind of what I've been playing, and I've been playing this other game, but I can't talk about it. So,
Yeah. I've you know, we talk about like backlogs and stuff like that. Um I was reading about because I've been playing a lot of Space Marine 2 multiplayer recently.
oh my
Because it's
god.
got like yeah, it's got like a Left 4 Dead kind of mode
Mm-hmm.
when it's actually really good, you
Oh,
know, and they keep
the
adding
like
new classes.
the six co-op missions it has.
Oh, it's got like 15 now or
Oh,
something
okay.
like
Because I
that.
think it launched with six co-op missions, but yeah.
Yeah, it's got way more now, and it's also got a horde mode where there's just tons and tons of enemies coming at you with that swarm tech they've got. Um, and there's like, you know, leveling up and getting unique weapons and all that kind of stuff. So I just got kind of sucked into that again recently because my brother's been playing it. I've been playing it with my brother. And then I got like on a Warhammer 40K kick. And then I was like looking at Dawn of War 4, which is coming out in December, I think.
Mm.
Strange launch window, you know, considering Grand Theft Auto. But like it's like what's launching in that window is Grand Theft Auto and Dawn of War. Those are the only two games I'm launching
No,
there.
no, no. That's
Oh, Call of Duty, maybe?
well, Call of Duty launches on October 22nd, but there is another game I think
Okay.
that is launching around November. I'm sure people might correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the Ocarina of Time remake is launching in November.
Oh,
But
but I suppose
it's
it's all right
Nintendo.
for
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I
And
suppose
then
it's all right for like Ocarina of Time doesn't have to compete with
I
Grand Theft
think
Auto
see, I don't pay
necessarily.
too much attention to Nintendo stuff, but I think it's launching in November. I don't know if that's like officially, maybe it has been, maybe that's
Yeah,
why I remember something, but you know, Zelda's
yeah.
pretty big, you know. Not as big as Grand Theft Auto, but there are going to be people like going crazy over the cuz for a lot of
Oh,
what?
people
That's
in
it.
chat are saying the Barbie game is launching in
Oh,
November.
that is true. There is like a bar. I think there is an actual Barbie game launching. Hey, it's a good kind of programming, you know.
Yeah.
Little
Uh,
girls and little boys, they ain't gonna be playing Grand Theft Auto. It's like, hey,
yeah.
you want to play the latest Barbie game?
Yeah, or Ocarina of Time, which is, you know, doesn't have to compete with GTA 6 on the Nintendo Switch.
No,
And
it
Dawn of
doesn't.
War doesn't have to compete with GTA on PC.
That is
So,
true.
you know, Dawn of War kind of has the floor on
And
the
for
PC.
a lot of people in the journalist space, and a lot of people our age, like Ocarina of Time is the one. Like,
Well, I'm more interested in Dawn of War than Grand
no,
Theft
I'm
Auto.
just saying there are a lot of people our age, you know, more specifically my age, that kind of like grew up with the, you know, the PlayStation or the 64 and stuff, and like Ocarina of
Arena
Time
nostalgia.
is, yeah, there's that nostalgia of like that's when I fell in love with, you know, Zelda,
Yeah, yeah.
right? Where like the turn to 3D. And I don't have any memories of it. always remember going over my friend's house because he had the Nintendo 64. I didn't, and I remember his younger brother would be playing Ocarina of Time, and we'd always come in and we'd be like, cow, get off the device, get off the
Kyle,
six cow. We call him Cow.
cow,
That was his nickname.
like a moo cow.
Yeah, like a moo cow, like an actual cow.
What why was
I
his
don't
nickname
don't
cow?
don't ask me why his nickname was Cow. That was his nickname. His nickname was Cow.
That's so random.
And he was like a a few grades
How?
beneath us, a couple grades beneath us. So like, imagine
Was he
we're in.
chunky?
No, he was skinny as a rail.
You called it. I'm just trying to work out why. Like, because like maybe if he was like big like a cow,
No,
did,
he
did
was,
he did he produce milk?
dude. I'm just saying, like, when I started hanging around with my buddy,
Oh
like it
man,
was one of those things where like his nickname was just his. There was just he was just Cow, man. Like everybody
fair
called him
enough.
Cow. Like his, like not his parents obviously, but and maybe not his brothers, but like we called him Cow. Sometimes he would even come out with us. We'd be like Cow, and it's
Poor
funny because
cow.
it's like my buddy Mike had two younger brothers, and the youngest brother was Cow. So like he'd be playing 64 and be like, "All right, Cow, get out of here." And then we put in like WCW versus NWO Revenge, brother. And we'd, play
Brother,
that game. Come on, brother. It was time to play
come on,
WCW
brother.
versus NWO. And the other brother, his nickname was Goober. So we call him Goober or Zagoob.
Uber.
Yeah. And I don't know
I
why
was
those were their nicknames. They were just their
yeah.
nicknames. It's like
I was
Kyle and Goober.
yeah. I was 11. I was 11 years old when Ocarina of Time came out, and I think I was like, I never finished it. I got stuck. I couldn't figure out where to go. I think because my brother had it. My brother had an N64, and I had a PlayStation 1, and I tried Ocarina of Time on his N64, and I got stuck. I couldn't get through it for some reason.
You want
I don't know.
you want to hear a funny story, although it wasn't funny for me at the time.
Oh, go on.
So we would like
Let's hear
hang
a funny story
we
about
we
Rand.
we would hang out at his house, right? And sometimes that's where we would watch like Monday Night Raw, like so we're seniors or juniors in high school, the Attitude Era's on, and it's funny because like we would go over there, but like we never really came to my house. I don't know why, but like we would sometimes, but his house was cooler, so we'd go there and we'd watch. We'd show up at like whatever time. We'd show up like for Nitro, and then we'd have Nitro on one TV and like Raw on the other, right? Great times, love it. But then I remember one time, like they had like the room where the brother slept, and they had the room where the sister was, and then the room where the parents were upstairs, and then there was also another sort of room, but like it had beds in it, but nobody really slept in there, and that's where they kept like the 64 and stuff. And I remember coming upstairs, and I knew Kyle was in there playing 64. So I like walked into the room, and I'm like, "What's up, you bitch?" And it's like he's sitting there with his mom. Just
Oh
like,
no! Oh no!
and I just like,
Oh no!
I'm like, oh, all right. I'm like,
Did you
hey,
did you
Kyle,
go?
what's up? Like,
Did you freeze?
yeah, I did, and I'm just like, oh
Uh,
shit.
what
Yeah,
did his mom say?
nothing. She just looked at me like you like you asshole, like it's just funny just walking in there and being like, "What's up, you bitch?" Like, yeah,
That's how guys talk to each other, though. I saw a reel the other day where it was like guys like call each other bitches to their face, and then they're really nice behind their back, and then girls are the opposite way around. It's like one of them sort of stereotype kind of memes. But yeah, man, funny times. I
good
really want
times.
to know I want to know how Cow. I want to know how his name became Cow. I
I don't know.
really want to know
Even
that.
now, I don't
We've got
even
to do
know.
some
I don't
research.
remember. He was just
We
cow,
we
bro.
had we had like there was nicknames. Some kids at my school had nicknames that just people forgot how they got nicknamed. There was a guy called Dave, and everyone used to call him Shirley. And
Mm,
I don't know why anyone called him Shirley. It's just so random. But anyways, I don't know. Fun times, eh? Good old times. And I think what that whole segment kind of speaks to is the power of nostalgia. And that's why a lot of people probably will show up for Ocarina of Time instead of Grand Theft Auto. But Grand Theft Auto itself carries a lot of nostalgia,
yes,
which is
very
why
lot,
the franchise,
very
yeah,
nostalgic. Yeah.
the franchise has this sort of compounding nostalgia factor. If you're someone who's played every Grand Theft Auto that's come out, this is like this is like a huge event for you. This is like how many? 13 years, I think, between releases.
Yep.
14 years.
13,
This is
2020,
like
2013 September.
yeah, 13 years in the making. 13 years of anticipation for what the next Grand Theft Auto might be like. And back in the day, we used to get like regular Grand Theft Auto releases, or at least DLCs and expansions. And as game developments got more complicated, and for whatever reason, development slowed down, slowed down,
Yeah, I
slowed
mean,
down.
like what Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, and San Andreas all came out pretty close to one another, didn't they?
Yeah, yeah. And
And then
what
like 4
offered?
took a little bit more time.
Did we get
And
any story DLC for Grand Theft Auto 5?
no, it was
I want to say
canceled. It was
no.
canceled because of how successful GTA Online was.
Online.
There's
That's
all the
crazy,
leaks
man.
about the GTA Online campaign stuff. They just never did, which I was always pretty pissed off at Rockstar for that because I couldn't care less about Grand Theft Auto Online. I wanted to play more campaign things because like Rockstar's
Mm.
DLCs in general, it's pretty good. The Battle of the Gay Tony on
Well, the guy
GTA
Tony. What
4.
was that? What was that DLC where it was all about the biker gang?
That was Battle of the Gay
I can't.
Tony.
Oh, was that about the
I'm
guy Tony?
pretty sure that was. Somebody
There was
correct us in
two, wasn't
chat,
there?
but I
There was
think there
two,
was
wasn't
two
there?
DLCs. I forget what the second one was. The first one was Battle of the Gate. No, was the first one
Lost and the Damned.
Oh,
Lost and the
Lost in the
Damned.
Damned. Lost in the Damned is
Yeah,
the
I
one
was
we're talking
right.
about. Battle of the Gate
Yeah,
Tony
yeah,
was the other one. Okay, yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Lost and the Damned. I fucking loved that DLC, man. I was like, I played that DLC and I was like, that's it. I'm learning how to ride a motorbike.
Mm,
I still to this day haven't got a driver's license, but after playing that DLC, I was convinced I was going to become a biker dude. I
mm.
never did, unfortunately. But I think I'd be pretty cool biker dude, man. Do you think,
I
Rand?
mean, you got the beard for it.
I think. What do you think, Chad? Could I be a biker dude, like the hot rider Harley or something? I don't know.
Definitely, you
I
definitely
don't know.
could.
Or maybe more gay Tony. Maybe more gay Tony's my vibe. I don't know.
I still remember that moment when Peter Moore at whatever E3 that was, 2007. I forget which year. Like lifted up his, because he has the Halo 2 tattoo, right? About
That's true.
when it's launching. And then he you got to pull out the big guns for the big guns. And I remember watching it. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Because remember at the time, Grand Theft Auto had never launched day one on Xbox. Because Grand Theft Auto, even though apparently they could have had Grand Theft Auto 3 as an exclusive, Xbox passed on it, which is probably one of the biggest mistakes in the history of video games. When you think about how things could have been different if Grand Theft Auto 3 was on Xbox first and not PS2. But then you sort of wonder, like, would Grand Theft Auto had actually broken out and become the hit it was if it was on Xbox and not PS2? Like those sort of things.
Yeah.
But like, because maybe I'm misremembering. Chat can correct me, but maybe the Grand Theft Auto 3 was obviously a timed exclusive. And I think Vice City and San Andreas were as well, but I could be wrong about that. It's been a long time. Maybe those were actually their day one, but I distinctly remember playing San Andreas and Grand Theft Auto Vice City 3 and San Andreas on my PS2. I don't know if they were day one on Xbox. I'm drawing a blank. I don't think they were.
Hmm. I have no idea.
I'm trying to
Man.
think. I'm sure chat will tell us if we're wrong about this, but when the moment at E3 where Peter Moore lifted up his shirt and had the Grand Theft Auto 4 tattoo, fake tattoo, and it was like, oh, what? Like, and it was like the thing of like, oh my god, is Grand Theft Auto 4 going to be exclusive to Xbox? But it was, realistically, it was the DLCs that were first on Xbox.
True that.
I still remember those. Like, there are some moments you remember with E3 was like the Peter Moore Grand Theft Auto 4 thing.
I never watched them, man.
I forget what E3 it was. It was when Don Matrick was there, and the Square Enix guy was on stage, and he walked up behind him, like tapped him on the shoulder, and then they announced Final Fantasy 13 for Xbox, which was crazy. but I guess not so crazy because you remember how bad the PS3 was doing. Like PS3 was losing all of its exclusives, like third-party exclusives to Xbox because the PS3 was so expensive, nobody was buying it. Like Devil May Cry, which was supposed to be exclusive, became multi-platform. Like all these former like third-party exclusives were like, no, we're gonna be on Xbox now because the sales of the PS3 are so abysmal that we have to. And then it was like, but it's still got Final Fantasy 13. And then like, nope. Like Final Fantasy 13's on Xbox. And I remember, oh shit, like I have zero reason to get a PlayStation now outside of like Metal Gear Solid 4, which is finally coming to Xbox next week. After all this time, my waiting has paid off, Jez. Because I'll be able to finally enjoy Metal Gear Solid 4 on the
Oh
system
yeah,
it
I
was
forgot that
intended.
was
Yeah, because
rocking.
the reviews are out for it, which I think are like 86 or an 84 on Metacritic. Like I don't
Pretty
have
good.
any interest of playing the other games in the collection, like Metal Gear, Peace Walker. I think are a part of it. I only care about Metal Gear Solid 4, and I know like I
I
won't
think
be
they
able.
might be blacklisted for this.
No, Konami didn't give you a code.
It's weird because they gave me codes for Silent Hill F and Silent Hill 2, but they haven't, and they gave me a code for Metal Gear Solid, like here, but they didn't give me any codes for the remake collection, and I think it's because I leaked it.
Oh,
Do you
you
remember?
naughty
Do you
boy.
remember? Do you remember that was my leak? Do you remember back in the day?
No,
So
that
I'm think
your leak was Metal Gear Solid. Your leak was Snake Eater. Your leak wasn't the
nuh-uh.
collection.
I leaked the collection too. I leaked the collection
Yeah, but
and
you
Snake
also
Eater.
leaked the Metal Gear's the remake.
Yeah. Oh yeah, good point. And they gave me a code for that. I don't know then. I don't know. Maybe they weren't happy. Must did I give it did a nice review for Silent Hill F, didn't I?
I
Yeah, I
don't
gave it
know.
9 out of 10.
I mean, Silent Hill
I
F
don't
was
know.
a great game. One of my favorites, top 5 of last year. Love Silent Hill F. Loved it more than
Yeah,
you.
I
I
don't
mean, I
know.
played it 3 times to get the true ending and all the
I just
achievements.
looked at the true ending on YouTube. I won't gotta play that again 3 times.
Please, please.
I got no time, bro. I ain't got like all day to just chill with my books.
You don't have to
Like
worry about
some
it all
people have to
day.
work for a living.
When you're
Some people have to
efficient,
work for a living,
when
man.
you're efficient
Fish.
at what you do, like you
I
can
am
get that
efficient.
stuff. You can get that stuff done super quickly, man.
It's too hard, bro.
Yeah,
Too
it's too
hard.
hard. Too hard, I guess.
Too
Too hard.
hard. But I'll buy it. I will
Yeah,
buy it
I'm gonna have
because
to.
I want to play Metal Gear Solid 4,
I'm gonna
man.
have to at some point because I kind of already like mapped out the games I'm playing for the fall, right? Because like you said, not enough time in the day, too many things
That's
happening,
true.
and it's like, all right, well, Plague's Tale Resonance, I'm really excited for next week. Definitely playing that. I love the Plague Tale games, right? So that's not my thing. Then there's the choice of like, well, Blood of the Dawnwalker or Aminusha. I'm gonna play Aminusha first. So Blood of the Dawnwalker is gonna kind of have to sit by the on the side. Maybe even wait for a 60 FPS patch eventually uh, down the road, and then Wolverine the week after, and then after that is I want to play Control 2, Rayman Legends, which I love Rayman Legends. That's a game I want to play as well. Gears is then like the week after, so like obviously Gears E Day. And then like the week after that is the new Castlevania game, which I want to play. And
Oh yeah, god damn.
the week after that's Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4, which
What about
maybe
Star
I'll
Wars?
play. Well, then Star Wars Galactic Racer is the beginning of October, but that's also the same time as
No,
as
no, no, no,
Gears.
no. Not not Zero Company.
I don't care about Zero Company.
That's mean.
I don't
That's mean, bro.
I don't care about XCOM games, bro. I'm sorry. I don't care about turn-based XCOM stuff. So, not my bag.
Damn.
And there's a couple like there's the End of Abyss like indie game that looks really cool. That's in October. Definitely super. I'm interested in. Like and I said, like I want to come back to Metal Gear Solid 4 at some point, and Blood of the Dawnwalker at some point, and I still have like the Lego Batman game, and I still have couple other games, but there is some time in between, waiting for October and then like Grand Theft Auto in November, and then there's nothing in December, and it doesn't really seem like there's anything in January. Though I'm interested in Stranger Than Heaven, so I'll play that. And then February is kind of full, and then we'll see what the rest of 2027 brings. But a lot of games to be played this fall.
I just bought that Mafia collection as well.
Yeah, Mafia. It's
When am I
unfortunate.
ever going to play any of this shit, man? The Metal Gear Solid collection is 45 smackaroos.
I think you can buy the individual games. I know in the other master collection for Metal Gear Solid, you were able to buy like the individual game. If you didn't want the whole thing, you could buy the individual games.
Oh yeah, I already own Peace Walker though.
But I don't want to play Peace Walker. I'm only interested in Metal Gear Solid 4. So at some point, also I want to play. I want to play. I want to play the remake of Snake Eater and then play Metal Gear Solid 4. Just kind of do that. A lot of games to play. Not a lot of time.
It says here Guns of the Patriots is not sold separately right now.
Well, the game's not out yet. They don't break that out until the games come out.
Okay.
So the game releases next week.
Man, just looking at the screenshots makes me so nostalgic. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I love that game. It's just crazy. It's just such a weird, wonderfully weird game. They don't make them like that anymore.
I
suppose they do actually, because Death Stranding's.
I really don't know anything about Metal Gear Solid 4 outside of the fact like the ending cutscene's like an hour long. The
opening cutscene's like an hour long.
Yeah, well, like Kojima cutscenes, right? But the only thing I've been spoiled on, which I've seen, is the fight between Liquid and Solid on top of the nuclear submarine.
Oh yeah,
with all the
That's
music,
just such
all
a
the different
meme.
music playing.
Yeah.
So I've seen that. Other than that, I don't know anything about the game. I don't even know how it plays. I've never really seen gameplay for.
I would
for it, so.
go into it with the mentality that you're gonna be playing a movie game.
I mean,
honestly,
yeah.
There's not a ton of actual games.
Dude, does Kojima in that game? How's the Kojima?
The Kojiming is pretty high.
Yeah.
I'd say like it's a 9. It's a 9
out of 10 on the Kojima scale.
On the Kojima scale, it's the most Kojima Metal Gear. Put it that way.
That's kind
of all the Kojima-ness, Metal Gear Solid 4 is the weirdest one, I would argue personally. It's the least like an actual game. It's the one where it's like, God, you can just kind of feel like the guy really wanted to be a Hollywood movie director when he made this game. But it's still fantastic. Like, it's still got like some good stealth sections in it. But it's very different. Very different. I love it, man.
Yeah.
I love it because of how weird it is, not because of how good it is.
Well, we do have some.
Take that for what you will.
We do got some things to talk about, but really quickly, let's do some housekeeping really quickly, and then we'll get right back into the discussion. Probably starting with the Grand Theft Auto stuff, because that's the big thing.
Let's do it.
But
let's do it.
Yeah, everybody knows our sponsor is Surfshark. Although no ad read for today, we'll probably be back next week for a Jez Corden rawr read of Surfshark. But y'all know Surfshark. Protect yourself online. VPN. Jez loves them. And if you hit the link in the description, which is pinned to the comments section and in the description, 86% off a 2-year deal. So look into protecting yourself online. Get rid of those pesky ads at as Jez would say, a router level. Get rid of all that stuff.
Router level.
And yeah, thanks to Surfshark. And of course, we have the amazing, wonderful, very sexy Patreon members. Question and answer thread is up. If you want to drop a line, we will answer them at the end of the show. And of course, we have the shoutouts for the Xbox 2 MVP. So, Jez, take it away.
Yes, we've got Adam Bartolo, Aloran Grogu, Ace Madison, Bad Haddock, Briggs Country, Bright201, Conquer 1031, new member. Thanks for joining. Silas, Deku2511, Discarded Caboose, NX, Frederick, Redegard, Governor Grimm, iMac Zero, In a Machine, James Moore, James Wezzo, Justin Duell, Just James 93, K-Trucks, Lazar Wolf, Matt Murray, Nerds and Other Legends, Pat Rock, Frosty, Psycho Mantits. Very relevant since we're talking about Metal Gear there.
That is true.
Randall 419, RS Dong, Sean Kramer, Shay Elephant, Shrapnel, Tricks of a Tray, Vito Chiaramonte, Wagaman, Wolfgang KBZ, and Young Blood 8. Thanks all for joining us on Patreon.
Yeah. Thank you to myself. Thank you to me. Anyways, Psycho Mantis. Yeah, what a name. Psycho Mantits.
Yeah.
Psycho Mantits.
Put your controller on the ground, bro.
Yeah, I wonder how many people realize that's what you had to do, or did they just read it in the Nintendo Power? Because that's how I knew it. Because I remember reading it in the magazine, being like,
I can't
plug it into the.
I can't remember if I figured it out myself or if like a neighbor told me about it.
Yeah,
I think he might have told me about it. There was another part as well where you had to find the frequency was on the back of the box. You remember that?
Yes, yes, yes.
Meryl's frequency. Was it Meryl's frequency? Yeah, it's Meryl's codec frequency was written on the back of the box. And
Yeah,
man,
you can't
cool
do that,
game.
dude. How cool were like physical video games back in the day, where you would get the box? And I remember the first thing I would do is I'd read the whole manual, and the manual was so thick, had a lot of cool stuff in it. I'd be reading that stuff, or my brother would be playing, and I'd be reading the manual. Especially if you got manuals for like, the big RPGs like the Final Fantasies or the Chrono Crosses or whatever, and they would have like detailed information on the characters and all that sort of stuff. And then as time went on, you basically didn't get any more manuals, and you basically get nothing except just a disc that doesn't even spin when you put it in there. Just like you got to install the game before it can actually run. I remember when physical games actually meant something and were cool.
Yeah, I remember when I got The Witcher 3 on a physical disc with because I bought the collector's edition with the Geralt fighting the Griffin statue, which is, by the way, to this day, one of my favorite collector's editions. And I remember being surprised because the box had a manual and it also had a map of the northern kingdoms, I think, in The Witcher 3. So and even then, when The Witcher 3 came out, it was starting to become rare again that games even had a manual.
Funny? Witcher 3, that's like what, 2015? I mean, geez, that's 11 years ago. And they got a DLC coming for out next year, which the DLC I think we're going to see at Gamescom next week, right?
Oh, mate. How amazing is that? This is happening more and more. Do you know, like, Surviving Mars just got a DLC for the first time in years this month. Darkest Dungeon 1 just got a DLC for the first time in years. Like, is this a new trend now where like devs are just like they look at like, oh, actually there's still thousands of people playing these games. Maybe we should just drop another DLC. Is that kind of like where the industry's going now? Because a lot of these games, like, yeah, okay, there's not like, hundreds of thousands of people playing it, but like, let's look at Darkest Dungeon right now. Darkest Dungeon, Steam charts. Like, this is Darkest Dungeon 1. So Darkest Dungeon 1, there's still 10,000 people playing Darkest Dungeon 1 over the last week. And I think that is because the DLC just came out. But even before the DLC came out, there was still like 4,000 people playing it every day. So like, if I'm an indie game, do I just think maybe we should just drop another DLC?
Maybe.
If there's still thousands of people playing it. And now it's gone up to 10,000 players. So 10,000 people bought that DLC. So, that's a pretty good chunk of change, I would imagine.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe this is the way in the future. Just
it's
dropping DLC for sure.
I don't know.
I
feel like these are sort of the outliers in this regard.
I don't think so, bro. Do you know why? I know of another very classic game that's going to get a DLC in the next couple of months.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's a brand new trend. Maybe we'll start getting DLCs. Maybe Grand Theft Auto. Maybe the Rockstar will go back and release the DLCs for Grand Theft Auto 5. Like, well, people still playing it.
Do you? I mean, it kind of is similar to what Bethesda does with the Creation Club, because Bethesda, like, there are all these DLCs coming out for Fallout and whatever, and it's like, yeah, but Bethesda didn't make them, but a lot of them are very, very, very high quality. Like, when I played Fallout, because last Christmas, Fallout 4 was my game that I played. I went through Fallout 4 again. I played all the DLC. I put like 200 hours into it. I did every single quest, and I played a bunch of the most popular Creation Club mods, like story mods, and they were just like really, really high quality. And I was sitting there thinking, like, if you hadn't have told me that these were, like, made by a third party, like, indie independent modder, I would never have known because they were just that good. So now I'm just thinking, like, I think we are gonna see more of this. I think this is gonna be a trend. You know, they uncancelled Age of Empires 3's DLC. So Age of Empires 3, which is the least played Age of Empires, was supposed to get an expansion pack. They cancelled it, and then they uncancelled it. Age of Empires 2 is still getting DLC, and Age of Empires 4 is getting the DLC. Because all different ones, all these separate games have their fan bases that keep playing the game, even if it's a small amount of people. Must be worth doing, I suppose. Is this just indicative, or is this just indicative of an industry that's completely run out of idea? Is it less risky to just put out a DLC now than make a new game? Maybe that's what it
Maybe,
is.
maybe.
What?
I
Let me
mean,
ask you this: What is there? Because I presume you're going to come back to Witcher 3 for the DLC.
there's a good look. This is the sure spot for me, and I don't know what Paris is going to say about this because he's, leader of the Yellow Chair Brigade, right? Um, but that's Cyberpunk. That's not Witcher. But he loves CDPR, and I, after Cyberpunk, whatever. But I never finished Witcher 3.
Yeah, we know.
I have like 60
We know.
hours into it. Well, shut up with the we know thing. Get out of
We know
here.
you never finish games.
Oh yeah, okay. That's like the one
You never
game
finish
I
games.
sort of never finished, but I didn't finish Witcher 3.
Boo.
So I've
Boo.
never played any of the DLCs of Witcher 3, being like Blood and Wine and whatever the other one is. And, I have completed the complete edition and the other edition cuz I have them both. So maybe 2027 is just the year when I just go through all of Witcher 3 and leading up to the release of the new DLC. But then, I don't know, something tells me the new DLC is probably going to be more earlier in the year, potentially. Um, but yeah, so maybe, I made 2024 the Cyberpunk year, and I think, yeah, 2024 was the Cyberpunk year, and Metaphor Refantasia, which you never played, by the way. And I finished.
Yes, it's in my backlog.
And it'll
In
be
my
forever in your
backlog.
backlog. But 2027 might be the time
Persona 5 put me off it.
for The Witcher
Persona
3.
5 put me off
So
it, man. Well, the reason I asked you about The Witcher 3 is because I wanted to ask you, is there an old school game that came out in maybe the last 10 years which you would come back for a high quality DLC?
last 10 years.
The last 10 years. If we're doing this like classic games getting DLC now, like Witcher 3 and stuff, is there a game in the last
Okay,
10 years you'd
well,
come back for a DLC for?
I'd come back for a DLC or an expansion to Quantum Break. I
Ah.
think would be really cool. That'd be one.
Especially because they ended it on a cliffhanger,
I know, right? I know. And
and we're never gonna get
it's
an
like it's
ending
like
otherwise.
Microsoft just give the Quantum Break IP back to Remedy so they can tie it into Control and Alan Wake, please. Even though they sort of kind of did
Yeah.
that in the last Alan Wake DLC a little bit.
Oh, and,
Um,
Giorgio Go in chat reminded me, Diablo 2 got an expansion
that is true.
after
It did.
20 years.
So I'm trying to think of
So,
some other games. What other games would I come
I
back to like 10
I kind
years?
of want, like, Halo Infinite should probably get a DLC to tell us what the fuck the Endless are,
Well,
because I still don't know,
well,
really.
we'll start with that. That's a good starting point is the Halo. Cuz you mentioned you wanted to talk about Halo again to me. I don't know why. I did see Marcus Lato had some comments about Halo. most recently. He kind of took to X and started talking about Halo, and basically the big quote is like, I bet many of you would not like it." Um,
Yeah. Shall I get his quote?
I think I have it here. He says, "If I were to make another Halo these days, I bet many of you would not like it. It would be a lot darker with a more grounded military feel. PvP would be the brains, PvE the heart and soul. It would not be everyone's Halo. I would probably bench much of the current lore, respect it, but build a new future narrative for both the old and new audiences, which makes much more sense." And
Hmm.
it says here, later on, Leto told fans that his vision is fanciful and doubts Xbox CEO Asha Sharma gives a shit, in essence, so don't expect any of this to become a reality, at least under the Halo
She
IP.
definitely, take it from me, she definitely does give a shit. Um, and one of the top things that I've heard Microsoft management is working through right now is what the hell do you do with Halo?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think I don't think it's I don't think it's negative or hyperbole to say it's a mess at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think even the most hardcore Halo fans would agree with it. I think some parts of it are overhated, probably, and there's some grift going on, especially from tourists who aren't necessarily even into it, and they're just looking for the next bit of outrage to
The
farm.
the
And
next
I
bit
think
of Elon money to make for
yeah, well, that's all ending this month. But being completely real though, there is deep-seated problems with the way that franchise has been managed, and the
I
the
mean,
opportunity that
it's been like
slipped away from them.
the problem is it's been like that for years. It was like that under Phil and Matt Booty.
It was.
There's a lot of problems with Halo in general. Granted, I mean you can
How
make
do you
the
unpack that?
I
How
don't
do you
know.
unpack it?
I don't know. I mean, like we talked about it on Monday, which is funny. We're talking about Halo again this week, but you said you wanted to talk about it. But um, of essentially Activision uh, taking it over, making multiplayer like Sledgehammer Games, and it's like, is that the way where like you give it to somebody who is really potentially good at making multiplayer games, and you just have someone not tied to it? I don't necessarily know what the answer is. I do think they need new leadership at 343 Halo. I mean, I think that leadership was a problem before when it was, Bonnie Ross and Kiki Wolfkill and all those people there that wanted to run Halo their own way. No, I mean, to be fair to Bonnie Ross, I mean, she sort of did Halo because I remember hearing back when Bungie left that Xbox sort of didn't even want to continue the franchise, but like Bonnie sort of convinced people to really do it. So like, Bonnie built 343 and continued the legacy of Halo. So like you could argue that, Halo only really exists because she wanted it to, or she took the initiative to, and there's just rumors I heard. I don't know how true that necessarily is. But man, yeah, there was a lot of problems with, you know, leadership, and some of it has to do with the contractor situation and like the engines they're using and stuff, and it doesn't necessarily seem like getting rid of that leadership and then implementing, Pierre Heinz into it because he saved Master Chief Collection has really worked out very well. Because like as you say, like what is the next 5 to 10 years of Halo even look like? And from all the reporting we know of, like there doesn't seem to be like a Halo game in development. And you don't even know if Halo 2 like a Halo are we you did Halo 1 remake. Are we going to do a Halo 2 and Halo 3 remake? I mean, if Xbox is serious about exclusivity, do Xbox fans care about a Halo 2 remake when they already have one from 2014? Like did the Halo 1 remake, is that successful for Xbox? I don't, maybe I missed it, Jez, but I haven't seen anybody from Xbox talk about Halo being a success or not. Halo CE remake. Like
No, it's pretty much vanished off the face of the earth,
I
hasn't it?
haven't seen any player numbers. Normally Microsoft is very very like eager to share player numbers if they're good. The game's been out for, I mean, almost a month now. I think the game came out on the 28th. So even like 5 days before that for early access. I mean, we're approaching August 21st. Maybe they could run a trailer at Gamescom, that with like player numbers or whatever, but they've been suspiciously silent. So I don't know if they consider the game a success or not. And then you look at like the future of like, are we doing a mainline Halo? Are we doing some multiplayer stuff? Like, I don't know. And you have Marcus Lato here giving his ideas, and it's like, hey, a lot of you guys wouldn't even like it. PVE would be the brains, and like the PVE would be the heart. Which yeah, I mean PVE would be interesting. He also says what else he says? He says Halo must be built by a local team together and not outsourced around the globe to a group that has zero investment in making something great. And I 100% agree with him on that.
I
Because,
think
like,
I, th- I
even though
think
I
that's
think
the
it's.
issue they've got with it now is that when you work with contractors who are like, doing a job. I'm not saying they're not passionate, but when you're a contractor and like, oh, after this, I'm out.
Mhm.
It's not built with the same passion that like a game might have been built with if it had been made by a team that feels ownership over it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think just the whole structure of the way Xbox is handling this stuff is probably not conducive to making a good Halo game. And I think it's these like it's not even a I think it's not even a technical question, is it? It becomes a cultural question when you start getting into the weeds and some of this stuff. It becomes almost like a HR thing. It's like, how can you make a game like this when you don't have a core team of OG Halo passionate fans? I don't know what the state of Halo Studios is right now, like holistically. It's one of the things that I want to research and do more work on, like I did with like I've been trying to do with id Software recently. Been trying to talk to a bunch of people who work at id Software and do the journalism thing. I
Mhm.
want to try and apply some of that to Halo Studios next because people are really interested in what's going to be next. There's still a lot of passion for this game, and I know that the Halo fan base will show up if there's a good game that arrives. All those like influencers too, they'll show up as well. A lot of like the major shooter influencers, a lot of these guys started out doing Halo esports, of a certain age, and they'll absolutely come back for a good Halo game. The game markets itself. People know what it is. People know who Master Chief is. The dude's iconic. So it's like, I think getting that right has to be a top priority for Microsoft, the top investment priority. And I don't know what that looks like, but I do know that Microsoft wants to sort it out. But they've wanted to sort it out for a long time. But maybe it
Yeah.
needs someone, maybe it needs someone maybe they've got the opposite problem with Halo. Um, Before where it was like Phil was too nice and maybe didn't make the tough decisions that needed to be made because he was too close to it. So you ended up with a team that aren't close to it at all now. But now you've got like someone who maybe isn't going to be super nice about it in Asher. I'm sure Asher's a nice person, but I kind of feel like she comes across like she's on a mission right now, a business oriented mission, for better or worse. And I kind of feel like maybe Halo needs a bit of a business acumen to get back on the right path.
Well,
But
it's funny
I don't
because
know for sure.
let me ask you this question. Every time something Gears related happens, people run to Cliffy B on Twitter, Cliff Blazinski, and they'll be like, you need to work with them again. And he says he has asked, or at least says whatever, and they don't have any interest working with him, right? I sort of wonder, is the way to go about it to hire back some of these people that like Marcus Lato, for example. Like
Leto,
is
Staten.
it's like I doubt Joe Stanton would come back after what happened to him. Um
Well, a lot of the people, I don't know. I think he would for Halo if the right deal was made, and you know
but
I think he
is
would
that what needs to
because
be
the dude's
done?
passionate at the end of the
Even though
day.
like Marcus Lato's own games, like Disintegration and stuff, bombed hardcore, like are we to assume just because he's the co-creator of Halo that he knows what Halo in 2026 needs when his own games haven't really been successful whatsoever. Is, you know what I mean? It's
Fair
like, yeah,
point.
like there, you know,
But
there
I
he might
would
have known like back then, but like gaming's moved on, and it's like a lot of these guys moved on to do their own things, and it's like a lot of them, like, you know, we mentioned with the Blizzard studios, the people that left Blizzard to do their own stuff, they haven't been successful. So it's just like,
maybe they're just like used to working with bigger budgets and they just can't get into the indie mindset. Maybe they would thrive in a corporate environment.
I mean,
Just to play devil's advocate for
I guess
discussion.
there would be a lot of positive PR and a lot of positive fan feedback if like the old creators came back, you know, like if Marcus
Yeah.
Lato came back and some ex Halo people and be like, we're gonna steer the ship the right way. But like he says in his tweets, a lot of you people wouldn't like his vision for Halo. So is that, I don't know what like Asha and them are
Maybe
discussing
he just
about
needs
all
a
these sort of
dark.
stuff, and it's like, hey, is that an avenue we can go down to? Should the coalition hit up Cliffy B and be like, hey, Cliffy, you want to come consult on this, or want to come be a part of whatever we're doing for Gears? Even though Cliffy's probably really well off and probably enjoys retirement, or maybe not. Like he, you know, came out of that to do Boss Key and make Lawbreakers and Radical Heights and stuff, but
I think creative people just want to create, I think, even no matter how well off they are.
yeah.
But I do think, like, you know, there's a double-edged sword to this. And because this actually happened with Warcraft. Everyone was really hyped. You might remember I was hyped when Chris Metzen came back to lead World of Warcraft.
Mm-hmm.
But the writing has been, I would say, worse than ever on World of
Really?
Warcraft.
I mean, I would
Yeah,
argue that it's always
it's
been bad, but go ahead.
well, the things that made Warcraft like a legendary franchise, like the Arthur story from Warcraft 3, and they were kind of riding that wave in all that original lore. But once they run out of it and they started having to come up with their own material, it's generally been pretty ass, to be honest.
I mean, hey,
But
that's
now
World of
it's
Warcraft in a fit description. Pretty ass. I mean, you said it, not me.
I'm just being real. It's
I mean, I've always been
people
real about
War,
World of Warcraft.
Warcraft fans are pretty, like, even the biggest Warcraft fanboys are really tired of what's going on with that game. And that is with Metzen lead in production or whatever. So maybe like, maybe it's just not possible to revive some of this stuff. Maybe some of it's bound up in like the way you felt back then and not necessarily like,
of course, a lot of it is. Come on now.
yeah.
You know?
Should we maybe just accept that the past has to die sometimes?
What is this? The Last Jedi? Let the
Yeah.
past die?
Let the past die.
Kill it if you
Kill it
have
if
to.
you have to.
Yeah. Is this what we're doing? Let the past
Adam
die?
Driver, man. I have to say, I did love Kylo Ren. That was the
Kylo
best
Ren's
thing
like
about
the only
the
good
sequel.
thing from the sequels.
I love Adam Driver's fucking awesome, man.
Dude, he's in the new X-Men movie, bro. Mr.
Yeah,
Sinister.
I'm good. I want to watch it just for that. I'm not even into Marvel, but I love Adam Driver. And I even love that Adam Driver movie that came out recently with the dinosaurs that everyone said was terrible.
That movie was beyond terrible, Jez.
I love that movie, bro.
Terrible. Absolutely god awful.
No, it was great.
Yes, no.
I can't remember what it was called. Wasn't it called like
65 something? 65 billion years, something like that. It was awful.
Something like that.
If anybody is interested in that because of what Jess said, let me spare you. The movie's god awful.
No, don't listen to Rand. Rand's a
listen
Philistine.
to me.
He doesn't appreciate art. That movie was art, man.
No, it wasn't.
It was
It was art,
fantastic.
as if someone like fucking drew a picture of someone shit in the toilet. Yeah, I guess you could call it art.
You're mean, man. I love that movie.
I'm not mean, bro.
Everyone always says I got a bad taste in movies. I don't know why.
Well,
it's not fair.
When you're saying the movie 65 million years ago or billion years ago with Adam Driver is a great movie, you wonder why people say you have bad taste in movies? The movie's fucking god awful.
I love that movie, man.
And Adam Driver is a great actor. I like Adam Driver a lot. He's the only thing that made the Star Wars sequels interesting was him. You know? So I watched that movie and I was like, "There's no way it's gonna be dinosaurs." And I watched the movie. I'm like, "Oh my god, this fucking movie's terrible."
But speaking of Star Wars alumni and dinosaurs, that Ewan McGregor dinosaurs movie is getting good reviews.
Yeah. And
Did you see that one?
Apparently, it's woke though. I saw a lot of
Oh
YouTube
no,
stuff.
not
It was
woke.
woke. I don't know.
It's
I don't know
woke.
how a dinosaur movie could be woke, but apparently this one's woke. I don't know. I don't know if it's because it's got because I guess the dinosaurs have feathers in the movie.
They're proving that.
I don't know.
Science.
I don't know. Apparently it's woke. I don't know.
They've proven the dinosaurs had feathers. They've proven that.
I don't know. It's woke. Something.
They proved that shit.
On the other side of the cord, the Odyssey became the highest grossing R-rated film of all time. So.
Oh really?
They lost that battle pretty badly, to the tune of the largest R-rated movie of all time, and they said it was going to bomb.
What was the number 2 R-rated movie?
Deadpool and Wolverine. So beat out a Marvel movie. But yeah,
that's
I think
cool.
I think it's at like 1.
I really enjoyed that movie.
1.4 billion. But anyways, yeah, Halo. They got a lot of decisions to make there. Who knows what the right course of action is? Is bringing in old creators the right thing? Maybe, maybe not. But you know,
I would say it's probably.
I'd love to be a fly in the wall for those conversations because they can go any which way.
If we talk about like the difficult decisions Ash has got to make, I'd say like amongst the most tough things she needs to figure out is A, how to grow the Xbox user base. That's probably the hardest thing.
Yeah.
And then B,
how am I going to grow this thing when I need to sell $1,000 consoles?
Yeah, that's the hardest thing. And also how to save Halo. I think it's how to fix Halo and revive Halo is definitely the number 2 difficult thing on her list.
Well, also,
if she can solve those 2 problems, she will be a legend.
Well, hopefully they don't have to add another problem to its list, and that would be, is Call of Duty dying? Because I haven't seen a lot of positive reactions to the newest Call of Duty. I remember I told you before with the last Call of Duty, last year's Black Ops 7, is like, they better hope that shit's a blip on the radar and it just comes back to normal next year. But if this one doesn't come back to normal and you have 2 years of super down Call of Duty, is it a trend? And is this the way it's just going to go, where Call of Duty is now just, we've reached that point and there's like, you're just looking at declines on Call of Duty now? Because if that's the case, then Asha's going to have a fucking whole shitstorm that she's, forget Halo. Then it's become like, what the fuck do we do with Call of Duty? Granted, obviously, maybe it's too early to talk about that, but I haven't seen a lot of positive reactions to Modern Warfare 4.
I think Grand Theft, that crowd, the Grand Theft Auto, the Call of Duty crowd, Grand Theft Auto is undoubtedly sucking some of the vacuum out of that crowd now. Like, Call of Duty dominated the mainstream shooter audience pretty much for a really long time, but I think there's a huge amount of overlap with Grand Theft Auto there.
Sure.
So I think like even if Call of Duty this year was somehow uniquely amazing, I think it was always going to have a tough time against GTA. I mean,
it does have a wide. I mean, it comes out I think the 22nd or the 24th, and Grand Theft Auto's the 19th. So it has a pretty large window to do its business essentially before Grand Theft Auto takes it all away.
Fair enough.
I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of things, like you said, Asha's like, okay, how do I get people to choose Xbox again when in a time of component crises and the Series X being $800, the Xbox 25th anniversary price leak, the one of the leakers, Billy Boomcon or whatever, I forget how to say his name, but he basically said that thing's $899, which is exactly what we suspected it would be. It was like, okay, well, if the Series X is $800 and the 25th anniversary is going to be $900, so like, okay, it's $900. They probably didn't make that many of them, so I would imagine those would sell out regardless. But even still, we're talking about a $900 console, and it's like, how is Asha supposed to grow the Xbox business it's like you either grow it by the way that Phil and them wanted to grow it through mobile, PC, and multi-platform, which the only one that kind of worked was maybe PC. It didn't really look like multi-platform was the solution to that, and the mobile presence that's a big L that they took on that. But PC did pretty. I don't think it did as well as they probably projected, but I if you were to say which one did the best out of those three options, I would say PC probably did. It's like that's an issue you have to come up with, and it's like, well, okay. And then it's like some of our biggest franchises are seeing downturns, like you said last year, Minecraft downturn, but I think that's because of the movie, and maybe you have a Minecraft upswing next year because of the movie. Halo is in a perpetual downturn, it seems like. So how do we fix that? Do we need new leadership in place? Like, how, what do we need to do with that? Like, do we have to be worried about Call of Duty and all those sort of things? Like, there's a lot on our plate. And the funny thing is the small thing that happened yesterday, or at least was reported yesterday, that Xbox is pulling out of sharing its digital sales data with Circana, which is the former NPD that Matt Piscatello posted about on Blue Sky. So people were surprised by this and, wondering why, because Asha sort of came in saying she wanted to be more transparent and all those sort of things. And then here it is. I mean, yeah, she said, they wanted to be more transparent. And they have been. Like, Asha was pretty.
I think that was about plans, not necessarily figures.
But people will take what they sure. But in the vein of being more transparent, like, hey, whatever. Like, people will group that all in together and being like, well, you said you were going to be more transparent, yet you're actually removing, sales data for sharing sales data from Sakana. Because not only does it affect Xbox, it actually also affects third parties because Sakana is not going to be getting any digital sales data from Xbox at all, and essentially, as we know, Xbox is pretty much primarily, if not exclusively, completely digital, because they also put out that, what was it, like in the beginning of, was it last year? I forget. Let me actually bring this up so I don't say it wrong. It was the physical game sales numbers. Let me see. Maybe it was just for July. See if I can find it. Oh yeah. 64% of new physical games sold in the US this year have been for Nintendo platforms. 32% for PlayStation, and Xbox is at 4%. So 4% of new game sales is for Xbox, which is why we were like expecting them to make the announcement that they were done with physical, because essentially they're done with physical. Nobody buys it for Xbox because half the systems that Xbox sells are digital. So there's no disk drive at all anyways, So it's like,
yeah,
okay. And it's Sony was the one that did it. Fair enough. Which is why I also sort of don't like, which is also why like the whole idea of like Xbox saving the physical game space is kind of unrealistic and just people kind of hoping, because it's like, you see what you're working with here. It's 4%. Like it's probably like almost a rounding error or negligible error in the physical thing. Is like, that's a pretty small number. And sure, like, does Helix have planned to disk drive? Maybe they haven't made that decision, but I would imagine not, because like we said, you're probably looking at selling $1,000 system and you want to cut cost on that thing as much as you can. So it's like, disk drive cuts cost a little bit. Now you could have an add-on, and maybe they decide to do that, where you have an add-on disk drive and you sell it for $200, and anybody that does have a large library of games or wants to be able to play your back and pack games can do so if you want to buy this thing. And then you have the digital program, which maybe if you want to take those games and be able to play them, you put them into your Series X and you digitize them all in preparation for Helix, so you at least have all of them to play if you want. So like Xbox pulling their stuff from Circana, it's like, people will talk about this because there's definitely a lot of people on Twitter that make their business of figuring out sales things, like the Derek Stricklands of the world and some of the people at IGN or whatever. So they'd be like, oh, well, this must mean Xbox is doing awful, or they expect to be doing awful in the future if they're not going to be sharing data with Circana. And, like, if you're, I don't know necessarily how it would affect people like me and you, or people listening to the show, or even just people on social media in general, because Circana rarely ever shares actual numbers. Like, they haven't in a long
I think they
time.
can't.
Well, they can't, but they used to. But, like, all we really get is chart placement of, like, hey, this game was number 2, or this game was number 3, or this game was number 4. So,
Yeah.
like, it's not like we really know unless, like, Matt says what the numbers are.
From from what I understand, they made the actual spreadsheet with the actual numbers. That's like proprietary information now. So like you have to kind of pay for access to that,
Well,
from
yeah,
what I understand.
you've always
And
had
it
to pay. Yeah,
all right. Well, they're not going to share that for free, like because I suppose like
absolutely
hedge
not.
funds and stuff use it while they're doing their
Well, all the
analyses and
different
things like
all
that.
the different companies, they pay for their access. I'm sure if you're, I think you can buy access for 10 grand. I don't know if it's like 10 grand a month or 10 grand a year, but essentially it was something
Yeah.
that you could pay for. But who, if you're just like me or you, who would want to pay for that stuff? But you look at it and you're like, okay, well, Nintendo doesn't give them digital platform sales. Or digital platform sales. Take Two doesn't also give them sales. EA went private and they also pulled out, so EA's not giving them any more information. Xbox used to be a big partner for them. They're not giving any more digital info. Um, I don't. Is this like a sign of more of like, is Sony gonna pull out? Like, is Sony gonna be like, you know what? Fuck
Well,
this and pull out, or is Square Enix gonna pull out? Capcom gonna pull out? Are we just gonna all of a sudden see everybody
an
sort of just
Exodus.
exodus and being like, actually, we don't need this and it's costing us? Like, why do you think they pulled out? Like, is good
Well,
a good or bad thing? Like, what do you think's happening here?
Well, if you think about it, Asha kind of told us this was going to happen. She said she was going to reduce vendor spend. So Microsoft pays Sakana to do analyses on sales and that kind of thing. But the thing is, Microsoft, like, it was more useful when Microsoft was selling games physically, I think, because they know exactly how much they're selling digitally, right? The problem is always like how much they're selling physically. But as you can see, a vanishingly small percentage is actually physical, right? So if I'm a Microsoft, I'm thinking like this is an easy way to save money, and I think they've actually pulled out of some other research firms with regards to this. And also, it's like if the only visibility you really get on the charts is like, oh, Minecraft moved up a place this month. Oh, Fortnite moved down a place this month. It's kind of like how valuable is it really? I have no idea how much they were actually paying for it, but it's in line with what Asha said with regards to reducing spend on vendors and all that kind of thing. I don't know like um how much they're paying for it or whether it'll impact anything, but it doesn't sound like to me they were really getting much out of it, you know, in a sort of post because we're in a post sales monetization universe where most of the monetization is microtransactions. I suppose it'd be something different if like Sakana had more data to offer with regards to trends or. But if it revolves mostly around physical, I don't know. They probably just don't think it's worth it. I don't know. But that's just how they're viewing it, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean,
You have a
okay, I
different
could
take?
I could see that at it being like, we don't necessarily need the information that Circana provides, so we're not going to pay for it, especially if like it includes like, hey, we're getting rid of vendor spend and they're one of our vendors that we pay for, and we don't necessarily need this data, so we're not going to spend whatever amount of money it is for it. On the outside looking in, though, when you look at like press headlines and the perception problem that Xbox has, it does come across more as Xbox has something to hide rather than like, because even on the other side, if you're saying like, well, Xbox is just trying to save money, it's like, but then, they're $1 billion corporation. It's like, either way you sort of look at it, the way it'll be talked about is that Xbox games are doing shit and selling shit, and they don't want anybody to know that's the case, so they're not going to share any data. Now, if this is just a larger,
You don't even see the data anyway.
I
You only
know
see
you
the
do, but
RAM.
I'm saying I've always said perception is an issue with the Xbox about how it's perceived and how the brand is reported on. You know, and say
I don't
like
think anything's gonna help that.
no,
Nothing's
I
gonna
mean
stop people hating on Xbox
sure, there is that argument to be
in the
made of
media.
like nothing can help it and whatever. Fair enough, that is the case. But it's also just another example that could get out there of like Xbox doesn't want people to know how bad its games are doing. Because I think I've already seen articles like that from, you know, your typical places, you know, about why they're doing this, right? And maybe you're right. Maybe it's just more of a money issue, but then that says a lot about like, oh, we used to be subscribed to this for the trends of the industry to see. Because it's not only just Xbox's own stuff that they're not sharing anymore. They're not sharing any digital sales on their like, and their entire platform is essentially digital. So, you know, the Circana's going to have to estimate for it. But then you could also say, people say, well, Nintendo doesn't share their data. Take Two doesn't share their data. EA is no longer sharing their data. Does it really matter in the long run? I mean, I guess maybe it's different for a whole entire platform holder. But I sort of wonder, you know, if Sony decides they're not doing it either, like, could this become like a massive problem for Circana? Does their business fall apart suddenly if like all the platforms, you know, if Sony decides actually we're not going to do this
Well,
either? So
they do a lot of other. They don't just do
no,
gaming. They do a lot of other
I know they
markets.
do other things, but I'm specifically talking for like the video game industry. Would it be an issue if suddenly now none of the platform holders report their sales to Circana, and then at that point,
The
like
Steam. I don't think Steam does, do they?
I'm pretty. I want to say they do. I want to say they do because
Or
I'm
maybe they
pretty.
do.
Maybe they do.
Yeah, maybe you're
I'd
right.
have to look, but I don't think when you see the things, I don't think they estimate for PC because I think Steam gives them the PC
What about
stuff.
Epic?
I don't think it doesn't matter. I don't think I'd be buying games on Epic anyways. They might be missing
What are
out
you
on
talking about?
20,
You
30,
don't. You don't.
30
You don't
sales.
think. You don't think. You don't think Epic's rocking like billions out?
No,
Nah, I don't
I don't
know.
think so.
I suppose it's the issue though. Like if a few people pull out, then it kind of impacts the quality of the data all up, right?
Sure.
But the thing is, it's in a universe where the charts are always just Fortnite, Minecraft, Call of Duty, whatever. I suppose for my, it's interesting from a
Yeah,
journalistic
but
perspective.
even you said like
The f-
it's not that. It's like the entire we see a snapshot of hey, these are the top 10 selling games of the month. These are the top 20 selling games of the year. We don't know any specific data about what those numbers are. We get some
Sure.
snippets of information, but like the amount of information they're getting is way vaster that they're sharing with their, you know, people that pay for that information to determine like how well the industry is doing.
I suppose
And
I suppose back when Microsoft sold more exclusives, it was useful for them maybe to know how other platforms were doing. But now they're kind of like, at least for the time being, probably not much value to them when most of their gaming revenue is coming from multi-platform games via digital microtransactions. It's what value is there for them
yeah,
really when they're
well,
not really
one
selling
last thing
box
before we get
copies?
off, but um Microsoft typically has declined to share Xbox information. Really,
Sure
like
have.
when you look at like what Sony shares with their investors and what Nintendo shares with their investors, they break down everything. Like you know the ins and the outs of the PlayStation business and the Nintendo business, and we don't really get that with Xbox.
No,
And you know, hiding of more information or obscusification isn't necessarily a good
Fusicate.
thing, regardless of whatever reason it's done for, whether it's done because they don't care or if it's done because it's just like we can save money here. Like, I'm not saying they
I
should
think
do
they
it, but I'm also not like saying like this was a good like I'm basically
no,
just
it's
what
not. It's
I'm
not a good
whatever.
thing.
It doesn't affect me in any way. I don't have the numbers ever. All I see is like top 10 placements. So like end of the day, is my life gonna change? Any of this stuff that we talk about stuff is gonna change? No. Like it just is something that happened and we sort of like discuss like what could be the reasons for it and all these other sort of things. At the end of the day, like I don't whatever. After today, I won't ever really think about this and ever again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think anyone else will either.
Yeah.
Like, from a journalistic perspective, I find it interesting, but I understand why they're not doing it anymore. I mean, it just makes
Sure. I mean,
sense for
what
them.
MPD to me was super interesting when we actually had the numbers to go alongside with the placements and could see how well games were doing in real time. When they decided to remove that, and we don't even know how much the platforms sell, and we don't even know what the games are. When people are like, oh, this game was number 3 for the month, that was amazing. But then you're sitting there and be like, well, actually no, because you don't know what number 3 sold. Like we don't know anything. All we have is these placements. So it's like when that sort of happened, their relevance in my mind sort of fell off. But then I realized like I'm not their customer. Their customers are the ones paying tens and thousands, $100,000, for their information and their analysis. And if Xbox doesn't want to, if I did see somebody who mentioned, and I thought it was he mentioned it was his conspiracy about why they're doing this now, is that because at the turn of the new fiscal year, they're gonna drop day one games, and like for Game Pass, so like everything will have to be bought again, and that they're trying to hide how badly like the sales of games would be once they drop day one Game Pass for a bit. And I'm just like, interesting
You
conspiracy
don't even
theory, but
don't even see the stuff.
I know, but either way. Grand Theft Auto, Jez. Grand Theft Auto, big topic
Grand Theft Auto,
because it leaked.
a lot.
A whole hell of a lot, and somebody literally has the entire game. Like
That is some crazy shit, man.
I don't have any words for this. Like I saw today that Take-Two is subpoenaing Microsoft and Discord for some of their records. They even Discord someone's YouTube servers of some YouTuber server, whatever. Like, to be fair, I haven't been following this GTA leak stuff closely. I saw like a snippet of gameplay because it was shared with me, and like the footage was kind of like the footage you would get from an Xbox when you like capture with HDR, but when you play it back, it like it's desaturized and it doesn't really look good. So I watched it for like 10 seconds and I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'll wait for the Netflix thing in 6 months. Like I'm playing Grand Theft Auto, 6 in November 19th. I don't necessarily need to see leaked gameplay of it. I guess like the only sort of thing that was like, man, I don't want to say noteworthy, but had a lot of people talking opinions wise, whether or not it was good or bad, was the idea that the cars have fuel gauges and that you'll have to like fill up your car.
I love that. I'm sorry,
There's a very wide opinion range of people like loving that change and people despising it. And I'm not sure where I fall on that because I need to see how it's actually Number one, I guess we should mention that the build that this guy had is apparently over a year old. So like that thing in the game may no longer be in the game for all we know. He's I think his name was what, Cyberleak, like LEEK, Cyberleaks. He was also selling a meme coin as well, like because he said he was doing this because of
for the people.
Like, I'm for the people. I'm the people's champion. I'm once that Rockstar got rid of the physical game version and that they sided with Netflix to hold hostage the reveal, that he decided to do this and become the Batman or the Superman, right? And I'm just like, okay, but dude, like seriously, come on, like you're trying to sell a meme coin. Don't tell me this isn't about money at the end of the day. You can call yourself like the people's champion or whatever the hell. I don't believe it. But the thing is, it's like people are ravenous about this because Rockstar has been ridiculously quiet. Like we haven't seen, outside of the 2 trailers, we haven't seen shit. And like Grand Theft Auto gets tons and tons of views and impressions on X and YouTube and articles because,
dude, I can't believe it. I wrote an article today that was just Microsoft has been subpoenaed in the fight against the leaker.
And what
It's
happened?
already my best article of the last 3 months in a single day.
Yeah.
And it's just a shitty news post. It wasn't even my story. I just reblogged. I linked back to Kotaku. Like, not even my story. And it's already my best article of the quarter.
I
And it's
mean,
like,
are you
people are
surprised?
really ravenous for
You
this
know,
shit,
you say
man.
like
They are
you say
ravenous.
it's funny because you say like nobody gets review clicks for stuff outside of like certain places. The review clicks for Grand Theft Auto are going to be pretty high for everybody that is able to review Grand Theft Auto on like release day.
I think so.
If anybody will be, like,
That won't be me, I think.
probably not, because apparently I saw Insider Gaming said, according to them, like there are preview events going on right now for Grand Theft Auto, probably timed to launch around the same time the Netflix stuff debuts, right? That probably be like, I played Grand Theft Auto 6. You'll see Ryan McCaffrey being like, I played Grand Theft Auto 6 or whatever, right? So I saw like 5 seconds of it. I saw the footage. It didn't like look good. So I'm just like, I don't necessarily need to see this. I'm going to be playing the game regardless. You know, for games that I've already seen or I'm already planning on playing, I'm like, whatever. I don't need to see this. Now, if like somebody said, here's Killer Instinct 2 footage, I'd be like, let me see it, because I'm pretty sure that game got canceled. Or if somebody was like, here's some Rise 2 footage, I'd be like, I'll check that out, because like, you know, cancel games or whatever, games you wouldn't think of, like, I'll check it out. But if you're just like Control 2 footage, or, you know, here's some footage for a game that I'm already planning to play, or like here's Gears footage, I'd be like, nah, cool, I'll just wait and see, because I don't, you know, I'm not necessarily one of those people that need, I'm not this ravenous GTA 6 fanboy on social media that needs to see everything, because there definitely are. And there's I don't know if you've seen it, but there are some of these GTA 6, or not necessarily GTA 6 accounts, but like these news aggregate accounts that are just like giving the sloppiest, wettest blowjobs you can imagine to Rockstar. You know, like,
yeah, I honestly like I thought I was like emotional about like Warcraft and stuff like that. And I've seen some of these Grand Theft Auto accounts, and I'm like, bro,
it's a total different like level, bro.
It's a game. It's still just a video game, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't deny anyone their passion, but like some people are genuinely like acting like their life's been ruined over this league.
Yep.
Well,
like, one, I've seen people suggest that, oh my god, it's not the second coming of Christ. Being like, why did you think it would be? And first off, like, that's the thing. It's like, it just looks like Grand Theft Auto. It's like, what did you expect? I don't understand. Like, it was going to look like Grand Theft Auto, and I see people like, it's kind of like Red Dead Redemption meets Grand Theft Auto 6. It's like, well, yeah, what did you fucking think it was going to be? Of course it was going to be like Red Dead Redemption meets Grand Theft Auto 6.
Dude.
Like, what are we talking about? People expected this game to change their lives. And and I'm going to say this, Jez, and I know we sort of joked around about it before, about the idea of what if the game isn't good? And I'm going to say this because I think there's a lot of people that have built this game up in their minds to be something that the game itself is not going to be able to match. So they're going to be disappointed when they play it, because their expectations are essentially so out of whack with reality that when they just play this game, whether or not like it's objectively good or bad, well, there's no objectively, because everything's subjective when it comes to this sort of stuff. But in their head, they have it as like the second coming of Christ. And they're going to play it, and it's just going to be a pretty good, you know, heist simulator.
Just a good GTA game.
Just a good GTA game. And they're expecting it to revolutionize gaming in general. And it's like, you are setting yourself up for some major disappointments if you have it built up in your head. And maybe part of that is like the 13-year wait. You know, all the memes of, we got this before Grand Theft Auto 6, right?
The secrecy too.
Yeah, the secrecy of it. So
I tell you what.
Tell me what.
I think.
What are you telling me, Jez? Tell me.
I'm trying to think how to phrase this.
Okay.
I think this game is kind of suffer from what Cyberpunk kind of suffered from.
Okay, yeah.
Because everyone loves Cyberpunk now, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's because a lot of the people who'd built it up in their minds to be something that it wasn't ever going to be have moved on, right? Because I love Cyberpunk from day one. And even with Cyberpunk 2.0, I'm sorry, they haven't fundamentally changed what the game is and was. it just found its audience, and the people who wanted it to be Cyberpunk Grand Theft Auto moved on,
Mm.
right? So the people who wanted it to be an RPG, they stuck around, and now it's like it's found its audience and fan base and whatever. So I think the people who are like hyped for Grand Theft Auto for the wrong reasons potentially, similarly to people who were hyped about Cyberpunk for the wrong reasons potentially, are probably going to end up disappointed, and they're going to, and a lot of them are probably content creators who are looking forward to the next wave of hate to
Yes.
ride on, because it's hate that gets clicks, right?
Oh.
So even if the game's amazing,
Are you saying
like
the anti woke brigade's gonna ride out the? Are they gonna try to? Oh my God, Jez, you're right. Maybe GTA 6 woke, bro.
well, it's already got the purple lighting, right?
I mean, that's true. It has
Anyway,
the
yeah, I don't know. People get mad about whatever, but I do think like there's going to be this element of overhype here where people have just, it's just like Cyberpunk, and it's gonna end up being that way with Elder Scrolls 6 too, probably, and maybe Fallout 5 as well. Like some of these games like have taken so long to come out, and I think Square Enix game director touched on this, where it was like we take so long to ship these games now, where like all there's like people have grown up without ever knowing a new Final Fantasy. People have grown up without ever knowing a new Grand Theft Auto or a new Fallout or whatever. I suppose Fallout, the TV show, but people have definitely grown up without ever knowing Elder Scrolls, for example. And it wasn't
Mhm.
like that back in the day. Like things are different now, and I do think I do think there's a very worrying element here where it's like people are going to overhype this in their minds. You know,
That's
they're going
very.
to like, and I'm just like, I'm going to enjoy it for what it is, and I think it's going
Mhm.
to be fantastic. Red Dead Redemption 2 was amazing.
It
So
was. It was.
if it's at least as good as Red Dead Redemption 2, I'm okay. But there are dudes on Twitter who've clearly like they're they're too excited about it, man. They're too excited. And they're just setting themselves up for disappointment potentially. I'm worried about some of these dudes, man. I
Let
know
me
some of them.
let me ask you
I know
this.
some of these dudes.
Let me ask you this. The fuel thing, which seems to be thing of contention. Explain why you think that's a cool addition. I like to hear why
I lo-
you're excited for
I
it.
lo- because I like the thing I like about Red Dead, Grand Theft Auto is the sense of immersion you get, right?
Okay, fair enough.
Like
Yes, yes.
I love the detailing. Like in Red, I remember a lot of people complained, if you remember, about Red Dead Redemption's controls not feeling like the game doesn't feel like Call of Duty. But I kind of feel like it's intentional to make you think more thoughtfully about how you approach a gunfight to some degree, I think, right? I think it's intentional, and I think it delivers that. You don't feel like a military dude when you're playing Red Dead Redemption 2. You feel like a dude who's going to get shot. You feel, oh shit, this is real, you know. And it's stuff like all those little immersive little bits and pieces you get in Red Dead Redemption 2, like the going to your camp and like being able to cut your hair, like all those little details. I love that shit. But you also know me, dude. I really like my survival games, but I also think like there's something potentially cool here with the fact that like from a gameplay perspective, and this is just how I'm imagining it in my head. Maybe it doesn't work like this in reality, but maybe it'll make cars matter more if you
Mm-hmm.
have to look after them.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
in State of Decay, for example, in State of Decay, cars are pretty fucking precious. They are pretty precious, you know, at least in the early game. Like by the end of the game, you've got like a million cars. And I'm sure it would be the same in Red Dead Redemption, but in Grand Theft Auto, by the end of the game, you've probably got cars that have got like great gas mileage and the fuel system probably becomes more trivial. But I do think like if you're like starting out as a gangster or whatever, and your getaway car is kind of important and looking after it and taking care of it and whatever, it shouldn't be trivial to just, you know, jump in a car and then like slam it into the ground. But if it should have realistic fuel though. Like for example, if I jump in a car that's got a full tank of gas, I should expect to get realistic mileage out of it, kind of. But I think it could make some really cool moments and scenarios and maybe exciting immersive outcomes if you've got like You know, if you total your car in a car chase or something, and then you jump in someone else's car, and it's like, oh shit, there's no fuel in this one, but now I've got no choice. You know, I think it just adds another layer of immersion. That's my take on it. I like that shit. You know, and like Scotty says in chat, your horse's balls shrink in the cold weather. It's the little things, you know.
Sure.
You know,
But then I could
horse
ask you,
balls, bro. Horse
you,
balls.
like, how does horseball shrinking affect gameplay in any meaningful manner? Because it's not like,
Immersion. It's immersion.
sure, it's immersion.
Immersion
But I
is
saw a
gameplay.
lot of people also pissed being
Every
like
time
how
I
awkward and long it took to like open like things in Red Dead 2, like you pull open like the desk drawer to search it or whatever. It's all, very.
immersion,
I know there is the immersion stuff,
bro.
and I could see scenarios with the fuel gauge where it could be okay. Like imagine like you are getting chased by a bunch of cops and it's like a 5-star thing, and you gotta you gotta like go to the gas station to fill up because you didn't fill up before whatever you were doing. But then,
Well, how
like,
about this? Like the cop shoots the gas tank and gas starts
but
spilling out of your car.
well,
You know,
true, but you also say,
Solid
hey,
Theater just said that in chat.
you say it could potentially give more meaning back to your cars. I would say if the idea of like is like, okay, well, we have to fill up our cars. A lot of people are just going to ditch their cars and just steal the next car that's coming down the road. Like, why bot?
Oh,
Like,
we'll do it.
well, I know, but I'm just saying, like, could essentially that mean that the cars are even more worthless because you're just going to ditch it as soon as it gets down to E? Especially if Rockstar is a great company. There are some people that suggest that maybe you're gonna have to fill up the car with some real money to pay for that gas, like in Grand Theft Auto Online or something, where like, hey, you need to fill up this $20. How much is it fill up your car in real life? $40.
Oh my god, can you imagine?
Could you
Oh
imagine?
my
I mean,
god.
I don't think they'd ever do that. But I think one of the other leaks was that like there's two forms of currency, like the money you have on you and then the money in your safe. And I think they even mentioned that there is a way for you to like pay real money to get money in the game.
Like Diablo's. Do you remember Diablo 3's real money auction house?
The real money auction house.
How much drama that created?
I do. So that's why I said I'm a wait and see approach type of person, because I need to see how it's implemented. I need to see how like it presents in gameplay and stuff. Because like you said, I could see some cool scenarios that present itself where if you're running out of gas or whatever. But I also could just see if it just happens as being like, well, screw it, I'm just taking the next car down the street, and then it's just like, what's the point? What's the point if you're always just switching cars? Because I don't want to be burdened with the idea of just I need to go to the gas station. How long does it take if you go to the gas station, fill up your car, how long do you have to wait there before it's filled? You know what I'm saying? Like these
how much mileage do you get on an M1 Abrams, do you think? Like a tank? Because I suppose like it could be a way to limit powerful vehicles too.
Sure.
So it's like you get the tank, but you've only got so much diesel or whatever tanks take.
Do you need to fill up like the jets and planes if you're flying those, and how much of that costs? Or is it only just cars? We never know. May not even be in the game anymore, right?
It might not. I hope it is though. I hope it is. I hope it is, bro. I want it, and I also want a hunger meter. I want a hunger meter too.
Fuck that.
And you have to. I also want.
I want to sleep.
Sleep and hunger as well.
Wasn't
there one of the GTA's you could get fat if you ate too much? Wasn't that San Andreas?
San Andreas, because then you could also like work out and stuff to get.
Yeah, I'll put that back in the game.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily mind. I wouldn't mind that if like the more you work out, like you could add to your, to your stuff or whatever. But
what if you could like looks max in the game?
Oh, we could looks
max in the game, and you could like spend like hours and hours grinding in the gym, and then like get like abs and shit. Just make the game real life. Just make everything real, and then we can just live in the game.
Bloomberg has dropped an article called "Rockstar Rattled as Grand Theft Auto 6 Leaks." And, the basic bullet points, thank you to people that steal their articles on social media and just post it and been whatever. Like, this will essentially all end when they change this. But Rockstar employees are feeling frustrated and exhausted. I'm sure they are. An exec at Rockstar has sent out an email to staff denouncing the leaker and promising that the incident wouldn't detract from the excellent work they've done. Rockstar hasn't yet figured out who the leaker is or how the leak happened. Now that's what I'm interested in, more so than any of the gameplay details that this guy's shown or whatever. How did this
The
dude get the
crime.
game? And how did it happen?
Dude.
What?
Sorry, I just got distracted by an awesome idea in chat.
What?
So Brim82 said there should be a toilet meter, and you have to go to the toilet, and also a dirtiness meter, and you have to shower.
Interesting.
Put all that shit in the game. That'd be cool
sure.
as hell, man.
Inside, it's all hands on deck as management is working to figure out what happened. Rockstar's leaders and many employees are angry about what happened. Yeah, I'm sure the Rockstar devs aren't happy that their shit got leaked in an attempt to maybe sell some stupid meme coin.
Yeah, it's real. I mean, that's the only victim here is the devs, like, and the people who worked on it. I couldn't give a shit about the suits or the billionaires or the shareholders who've lost billions this week. You know, I mean, they're still up year over year, but they've lost a lot this week on the leaks. I don't give a shit about any of them. But like, I feel bad for the devs who worked really hard, and then some dude just comes and yanks the work away. Like, I think in that same article, I think Bloomberg talks about how the devs are basically crunching, you know.
Yeah.
And it's a tough. I imagine it's an incredibly tough sprint to the end. I hope to God they're all going to get compensated really generously, given the fact that they're about to launch the biggest, most lucrative entertainment thing in history.
Yep.
I really hope Rockstar compensates the devs for their work adequately.
Yeah.
Will they? I don't know.
I don't know.
But I do wonder, like, will they catch the guy or the guys? You know, will this be like, will this one day be subject to some kind of documentary? I do think like it would be a fantastic Netflix documentary just covering the development of this game, because it's been pretty controversial. Like Grand Theft Auto was always controversial, but I don't remember it ever being. I don't, and this could be just me not covering the game industry back in the day. But I wasn't a journalist when the previous Grand Theft Auto came out, so I don't know if there was any controversy with the game's development back then. But like the game, people have talked more about the controversy around the development of the game than the game itself. Partially because they haven't really revealed anything, but also because there's been so many leaks, there've been so much security flaws, there's been so much speculation. You know, there's all that union stuff that was popping off and people getting fired and then the British government getting involved. This is a British game, you gotta remember, you know? So yeah, it's been wild, bro. What a wild ride. I want to see I want to see the Netflix documentary.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think they've also said that there's no change in any of their marketing plans or the Netflix thing, so
Yeah.
that's still going to happen.
You don't
next week.
negotiate with terrorists.
On my birthday. GTA 6 on my birthday.
You remember this birthday, I guess.
Yeah. Crazy that it's crazy that they don't know who it is or how it happened. That's I don't care about the footage or whatever. We're all gonna be playing the game soon enough, anyways. I don't need to see it. I don't need to see the footage to be sold on Grand Theft Auto 6. But how did he get it? That's what's interesting to me.
Yeah,
it's probably got to be. He probably had to have gotten it from some place that's been outsourced too. Right?
Apparently, it's like before. It's like a phishing attack, probably.
Oh,
where
they
sort of
got hacked or something.
Yeah, they trick a dev and then log in with their stuff, basically. Happens to me. Like sometimes I get an email from someone pretending to be my boss and be like, "Oh, can you check out this document?" And it'll be like a link to a fake password login thing.
Yeah.
It's easily done when you've got like
I get
thousands
emails
of
like,
employees.
"Hey, you won $60 million." And it's like, yeah, oh shit! All I gotta do is click here. Let me click. Let me double click. Where's my money? Right?
Where's my money?
Yeah, where's my money?
Yeah.
Let's see. We got a super chat here from Just James who says, "Hey lads, I know you barely hear from me now, but I'm still here. Well, we're happy you're here. Just lurking nowadays. Keep up the good work. I watch on recap nowadays. Final Fantasy 14 is GOAT."
Oh yeah,
Uh,
James has got that Final Fantasy bug.
yeah. Nitram says, "Will there ever be a Midtown Madness 3?" Probably not. If I
I
had to
don't think
guess,
so,
I don't think so.
sadly.
Yeah. Polish Kraken says, "I will always buy Diablo 2's DLC or expansions." We were talking about that
Mm.
earlier. We have Chris, who says, "From what I've heard, Pierre's saving MCC is overstated. His decision was to outsource the majority of the repair work, which is what also happened with the CE remake and led to some dev issues." Yeah, a lot of
Mm.
the outsourcing stuff. But then again, also at the same time, like they approved all that, so who's it really on? It's like you sort of in the fruits of your labors, and if you hire teams that don't really have a vested interest outside of like this is a job for money, not that I necessarily care about Halos, this is like whatever. It's like you made
Wasn't
those
there
decisions, you hired those companies, like you approved their stuff, like that's all on you. Like you know what I mean?
wasn't there a Halo dev that was openly anti-guns in games and hated war games and hated Halo?
I don't know if I know what you're talking about. I don't know if that was Halo, if that was Call of Duty. You're right, it could have been Halo. Yeah.
Well,
Sometimes
either
you
way,
need to figure out like, who are
you
you
need the right
hiring?
people.
Yeah, who are
I
you
think
hiring?
Call of Duty or Halo, if you hire someone that doesn't like guns, you're probably not doing your hiring properly, I would
Yes.
think.
Definitely.
I
That
don't
is
care. I don't care what your political affiliations are. If you don't like guns, don't work on a fucking game full of fucking guns.
yeah.
You know? Go and work on Hello Kitty Adventures or something. You know,
We
it's
got
fucking wild, man.
first 15 says 14 to 25-year-olds don't even know Halo lore. Hashtag reboot. Yeah, I think that was one of the things not necessarily we said today, but I've said in the past that maybe you just start over with Halo. You just reboot it from the ground up. I know that might be a little bit more of a difficult sell now because you just did a campaign evolved remake. And then like what? The next game is like, by the way, we're starting Halo from scratch. And maybe that's it probably wouldn't unless of course the beginning isn't essentially, you know, you're on the Pillar of Autumn and you land on Halo. You'd have to have a completely different beginning. Maybe that beginning starts on Reach, but at this point, like you said, like do the younger generations give a flying fuck about Halo? They probably don't know what Halo is, let alone that it was good. So it's like, do you just
No, they
do you
know
just
him from
from Fortnite?
Fortnite.
They know him from Fortnite. Do you just start
Yeah,
over
it's the
and
guy
just
from
being like,
Fortnite.
hey, we're rebooting this franchise, and we're just doing doing something else? I don't know, but I'm not against the idea of doing a reboot. Although it would be shitty to kind of never get the conclusion to what Infinite started and being like all that stuff. But it's also in the same vein of like GTA or not GTA,
Gears.
Gears, where it's like, how did that trilogy end? What decision did you to make that decision did you make at 5? What was the ultimate outcome of that? Like, are we ever going to find out, or are we just going to get E-Day sequels? Right? You know what
Mm.
it is though, Jez? I've seen people don't really seem to care that they're not doing Gear 6.
Because it's coming eventually. That's why.
Says who?
Me. Says me.
It's not. I told you and Paris that from the second they revealed D-Day that they're never
Oh,
going to go back to Gear
shut up.
6.
Shut up. They can't just do E-Day forever. They've got to go back to the
Why
main
not?
timeline.
But dude, you
eventually.
talk about forever, but like games nowadays take
can-
four
they
or
can
5
do-
years.
They can do 3 E-Day games, fine. But then they've got to eventually do Gear 7. I don't care if I'm like 50. They got to do it, bro.
Dude, there's plenty of meat on the bones that you can keep on doing E-Day content. You can probably get 4 games out of it if you wanted to. And by that point, we'll probably all be dead anyways.
Well, I'm down for that. I'll just imagine what happened after 5 then, I guess.
Crypto Cody says Cliffy B is producing Broadway plays now. It's cool.
Oh, nice.
Nitram Nick says, are financial analysts correct in that the layoffs are Microsoft shifting money from gaming to AI and not just a reset? I'm sure there's some truth to that.
I don't think we'll know for certain until we look at what next quarter's expenditures look like. At the end of the day, it's not like it's not about shifting money away from Xbox. It's about shifting money away from where they're investing. As in, like, like they're not like when they bought Activision, that was an investment, right? It wasn't just like, oh, we'll give this money away and do nothing with it. It was an investment in the future of the platform. So like they'll still be like reinvesting what they earn on Xbox, but it's like the extra money they get now, all that's going into data centers, all of it. So I think like their bet for growth. Imagine if AI didn't exist, right? If AI didn't exist, you'd be looking at like a Microsoft right now, which has made gaming as big as Windows, and that'd be touted as a success story. But because the growth acceleration is coming from AI, Xbox looks worse when you compare it to what they've been doing with AI. It's all just numbers at the end of the day. None of it really matters.
Okay.
And I think what's important is that gaming is profitable, and that also I really think like, and this is a separate discussion, but I think cloud inference is going to be really important because one of the things with your AI business, you've got all these cloud servers, and you've got to make sure they're on 24/7 doing stuff. Now, one of the issues like Meta has, for example, is they've got a lot of cloud. They've got a lot of cloud that's sitting there not doing anything. And that's really bad in the cloud business. Like you've spent money to do nothing with the GPUs. Whereas Microsoft, at least, they can, even if like they don't have the AI customers, they can potentially keep the inference up by using Xbox Cloud Gaming. So, there's that angle too, which I think helps anchor gaming in this AI oriented investment infrastructure. Not to get too boring with it, but maybe I'll do an article about that in the future when I've done more research on it. But gaming is fine at Microsoft, and I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay. We have Andy says, thank you to Surfshark for supporting my boys. Thank you for supporting us with the super chat. And thank you for Surfshark. 86% off 2-year deal. Links in the description. This helps us out. Support yourself. Protect yourself. We got Blade who says obfuscate is pronounced obfuscate. Love you both. You know me. I know the words. I just sometimes I'm just bad at speaking English.
You said it wrong twice.
I know I did.
I think we both saying it wrong, I think.
But we know the word. Like I know the word. I can see it in my mind.
Obfuscate.
I know what the definition is. I get tongue tied. Tongue tied. I get tongue tied, bro.
Obfuscate.
I mean, I said this constantly, bro. Like I was in speech therapy as a kid, man. You're making fun of somebody who had a problem, man. I was in speech therapy.
Yeah, but you were out here calling dudes cow and then calling him a bitch.
No. That had nothing to do with.
So maybe you deserve it.
No, there's nothing to do with his physical appearance. And besides, I didn't make the nickname. Like when I became friends with him, with his brother, he was just Cow. They called him Cow, and I literally didn't even know his first name for like a year. I asked somebody, I'd be like, "What's Cow's real name?" I have no clue.
I thought you was, when you started saying Cow, I thought you were saying Kyle, but with an accent like Cow.
Maybe he just drank a lot of milk, dude. I mean, that's why he's Cow. Maybe he just.
The cows don't drink milk.
No, but maybe you drink a lot of milk, so you call the person Cow.
Oh.
I don't know.
I like milk.
I mean, milk's pretty good. I used to drink a lot of skim milk. Skim,
yeah.
Good old skim milk.
It's good for you, but not so tasty.
One of the other things about Grand Theft Auto that people are worried about is the performance, right? And maybe this has nothing to do with it, but Blood of the Dawnwalker's performance on consoles was announced today, and it's 30 frames.
I see. In a bad way.
And PS5 and Series X and quality mode and a balance mode is 40 frames. Even and same thing on PS5 Pro. So not even a 60 FPS mode on PS5 Pro. So that has brought out people saying, well, like, yeah, for those of you expecting a 60 FPS mode in GTA, Blood of the Dawnwalker couldn't even pull off a 60 FPS mode on any of the consoles. So maybe
Has anyone blamed the
hold your
Series S
horses.
yet?
The what?
Has anyone blamed the Series S for the frame rate?
No, but it's like it's sort of like you mentioned to me earlier when we were talking about it before the show. Is like there's a big difference between Rockstar and the studio behind Blood of the Dawnwalker. There's more money, but it's
Are they using
sometimes it's
Unreal
like
Engine? Probably.
who Rockstar?
Dawnwalker.
I have no idea what
They're
engine
using
they're using.
if they're using Unreal Engine, there's probably a lot of optimization stuff they could do. Whereas, like, if you're using a proprietary engine, maybe it's easier to work with. I don't know.
But
Because
there,
Rockstar uses the Rage engine, right? If I remember correctly.
yeah, I mean, there's probably a very good chance that
Rage.
there is no 60 FPS version in GTA 6, and if you want that, you're gonna have to buy the PC version, which isn't launching day one. Man, there's most they're. I mean, you could call them devious, you can call them assholes, but they know what they're doing because they're gonna get all the PC guys that want to play this to play it on one of the consoles and buy the game, and then when they release the PC version, all those same PC people are then going to buy the game again for their PCs so they can play it at, whatever, and have the GTA 6 RP servers and stuff. And then next generation on Helix and PS6, they'll launch the 60 FPS version, which they'll charge for again, you know? Like they got this
Huh.
shit like worked down to a science, man. You know what I mean?
Mood.
Mood, mood indeed. They know what they're doing. Um. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, expecting a 60 FPS mode. Jez, you wrote an article because you talked to someone at ID or people at ID. So
Yeah, I did. I talked
what's
to a few people
what's
that did.
what's going on at ID? Because there's been a lot of talk about it. Not to believe the Xbox PR about like, oh, they're the same sort of size as when they did Doom 2016. Because a lot of the former employees say there's no way those people left can make a game. Loss of institutional knowledge and all those sort of things. Like, what do they say to you? What's going on?
Yeah, so I spoke to a few people at ID over the last couple of weeks. Some anonymously, some on background, on off the record. But a couple of people were willing to go on the record with me. One of them was Andrew Willis, who was a senior VFX artist, producer, and technical art director kind of role. And then also, I was pretty lucky. I got to speak to Marty Stratton himself, the executive producer, co-lead of the studio. He's been there for 16 years since, oh no, wait, 26 years, sorry. Since Doom 3, he's been there. So he's like, he described himself to me as a id Software lifer, right? And he was the one who informed the studio what was going on with the layoffs and stuff. Um, so, it was pretty tough, to be honest. Like, because both of them obviously are not happy about the situation. Um, but uh, lots of people have lost their jobs, including Andrew. And whereas, like, the people that remain, I think estimates suggest there's about 150 staffers there now, and down from like 300 or so from who shipped Doom: The Dark Ages. So we just sort of obviously they both have very different perspectives on the situation. Andrew's of the opinion, like paraphrasing, that I think he used the word impossible, basically, to make a game with its team that to make a game on the same caliber of Doom: The Dark Ages. And he was saying like that's not to denounce the skill of the people that remain. It's just that like they've lost a lot of knowledge and a lot of team members and people like crucial people that were working on things and that kind of stuff. I really wanted to know like um I really wanted to cut through some of the PR stuff that had gone out, find out for sure if, id was still going to be its own studio or become sort of like a support studio for machine games or, which is what some people have suggested, or even worse, end up going to Unreal Engine. Because I think id Tech has a very unique feel. And I can't imagine like a Doom or a Wolfenstein on Unreal Engine. I think it would just feel off, I think. So Marty Stratton, for us as gamers, like main things he confirmed were we are already, incubating our next game, led by us. So id Software led, not co-dev or anything. I'm sure there will be co-dev studios because there always is, but I mean they're leading development on it, and it's their game, so on. So he was telling me about that, and also that they are sticking with id Tech Engine, and that they'll just be working with Machine Games because Machine Games has an id Tech sort of department, so it's kind of like almost like they're reducing some overlaps, I think, which is it's harsh, but I think that's why they decided to target id the way they did. It was kind of like, well, Machine Games can pick up the tab on this bit, that kind of thing, and they can work together on stuff that maybe doesn't necessarily need constant ongoing development. So that's kind of like the gist of it. That Marty was like, "We're still here, we're okay, and we're excited about our next project, and we're just gonna, get back to work and move on with it and stuff." But obviously, if you are someone who's impacted by the whole thing, it's not fun to hear some of this stuff. They had protests at its offices Monday, I want to say. I think it was Monday, and I think they'll probably the union's doing a lot of stuff at the moment. The id and ZeniMax Bethesda union. So yeah, that was kind of the gist of it. It was kind of like the first time I tried doing an article like that, where it was like I was trying to like speak to some people on the record and not just like PR people. So huge shout out to both of those guys for speaking to me on it. But I'm hoping to do more of that kind of stuff in the future because I think we don't really hear. There's not many people really doing that. It's like Bloomberg and maybe a little bit of Kotaku. Um, I want to kind of like do more of that stuff too, because like what I came into this historically from data mining. Like looking in the game's files or looking in the operating system's files for like leaks. I never really spoke to human beings very much. You remember, Rand? I used to say that my sources weren't human. You know,
Yeah.
because
Yes.
you used to be able to get so much stuff from data mining. And in fact, we did get some data mined positron logos this week as well.
Hmm.
So it looks like positron might be imminent. We got some Microsoft's the
Hey,
latest build for the
Microsoft has a
Xbox
whole bunch
stuff.
of streams they're doing next week for Gamescom, so I could easily see them dropping the insider thing and then showing like demoing it on one of their streams, right?
Yeah, I think positron is probably a shoe in for Gamescom. I think, but yeah, that was just about the id stuff. I'm pretty hopeful that it'll you know get back on top. It just the whole situation just
The
sucks,
whole
right?
situation sucks, and I think that's one of Microsoft's worst things they did. Like
I agree
I
completely. I said that to Marty Stratton. I was like, of all the layoffs, the outpouring of outrage and love for id felt like the thing. It felt like the thing people were most concerned about and felt outraged about because it felt like it just felt completely unfair. It's like, hang on a sec, this
I-
studio has been delivering
there's part of me
consistently
that
for you
just
guys.
wonders if it simply was timing. Like they're the one who most recently shipped something, and their DLC we can get rid of a lot. Like right, like we can get rid of. They're not working on a property that has a tie into a movie. It just kind of like it's where the chips fell, and it was like you just ship something. You don't need all these people. We need to save X amount of money for whatever different, you know what I'm saying? But then they also laid off people at Bethesda and they're working on Elder Scrolls, which is the next big game. So it's like, make it, I think they cut too hard. I mean, I've said this when it happened. They're going to regret all this. They're going to regret
Well,
like cutting all these people. Like, it's one thing to be like, hey, we're going to let Compulsion go, which I saw the Compulsion article. Uh, I think GamesBeat put
they're
out or
fully
whatever. They're fully independent, and they said the split with Microsoft was pretty generous. Uh, Tim Schafer was on Kind of Funny today. they're launching a Kickstarter for like their indie jam. Well, like they'll be doing their indie jam, and like people can vote on which games they want them to focus on to make. So they have retained all their IPs for all that sort of stuff. So it's like it's one thing to be like we got rid of these 4 studios. We sold 2 of them. 2 of them we sold back to their management, and it was like
Yeah.
it really just felt super harsh with the Bethesda stuff. Because then there was like I saw another article was like before Xbox we never had layoffs, and all of a sudden we get with Xbox we have yearly layoffs. Which when you look at the acquisitions, like it's kind of seemed like for if you're a Bethesda employee or whatever, the Xbox acquisition, if you didn't get stock options or whatever, like it really seemed like a pretty bad deal because like Xbox has shut down 3 studios from Bethesda and they've had layoffs every year. And it's like, it definitely seemed, but then again, I don't know. There's always the thing of like, well, would Bethesda have been able to operate the way it was? Would some of those studios have been shut down regardless? Blah, 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 blah. I don't really know. But I sort of feel like it's one thing where you sell off those 4 smaller studios. But like when you talk about like the idea of like big AAA franchises and that's what you're going to focus on, yet you just like cut the legs underneath one of your studios that makes one of your more popular franchises. And
They literally called out Doom as a franchise
and they
to
called out
focus
Doom.
on.
So it's like, but you did this, and it's like, I think it was awful. I think they're gonna end up regretting that in the long run. But who am I?
Yeah.
Who am I?
Here's like a bit of insight I kind of learned from working in a corporation. There's a lot of like hire and fire shenanigans that go on quarter over quarter. Whereas like I noticed this covering Blizzard where it was like one one quarter would be like, oh, Blizzard's laid off 600 people. And then over the course of the year, it'd be like, hey guys, I'm back at Blizzard. It's like after a few months. It's almost like sometimes they do these things so they can report like the shareholders, oh, we've had lower expenditure this quarter. And then like a lot I do think some of these people will probably be offered jobs again because of this. And that really this was like clever accounting, quote unquote, maybe. But some of the laughs just straight up don't make sense. Some of the people that have been laid off, like id lifers and stuff. So I do think there's some aspect to that potentially, but we'll see. We'll see.
We will see. We will. Um, Jez, I know. We can do this one really quickly. 'Cause I do have
Yep.
another topic to talk about, but I know how much you hate Roblox.
Oh yeah, fuck Roblox.
So what's this I hear that something about an 8-year-old? Something about like 8-year-old can't sue because they accepted some terms of service when they're 8. What's going on with that, Jez? What's going on with Roblox?
Yeah, so there's a lot of to America's credit, there's a lot of lawsuits going on against various social media kind of entities right now with regards to child protection. Because I think didn't America pass something called the Online Safety Act? I think it was called something like that. And as part of that lawsuit, companies like Meta are looking at $1.3 trillion in fines for kids and teenagers who have been like hurt themselves or committed suicide or maybe even been murdered as a result of people or situations that have occurred as a result of accessing these platforms. Um, and Roblox is currently being implicated in a wrongful death lawsuit of an 8-year-old girl and also oh no, a 13-year-old girl. So a 13-year-old girl committed suicide um because of content she was able to access on Roblox despite having parental guidelines turned on. So she was playing the game on safe mode or whatever. And Roblox's lawyers have argued that because she signed up for her account when she was 8 years old, she's waived her rights as
that would
an
never
entity.
ever hold up in a court of law.
Well, that's what that's what
I
they're
mean,
trying to
they
argue
can
about.
argue whatever they want, but no court of law is going to say that. Yep, an 8-year-old understands the the legalese of all that stuff. Like
Indeed.
that'll get laughed out of the courtroom.
It's similar to
But the fact that they even try
that
it
Disney
is
thing.
like
Yeah, it's absolutely insane they even tried it. But, like, it reminds I think Disney tried to pull off something like this where it was like someone got injured at one of their parks or something or killed, and then they were like, "Oh, because they signed up for Disney Plus, they
Yeah,
waived their right to
yeah.
sue us," or something. It's
Hmm.
like, bruh,
That stuff hardly
you
ever
know?
holds up in a court of law. Sometimes it's
Yeah,
just
but
kind
it's
of
like,
there
why
to
even try? Because now it's like
because it's
they've got
preventative
terrible
measure.
headlines out of this now.
Yeah, they don't.
They've got terrible headlines out of this now.
But Roblox is a terrible product. So what do you
It's a
expect?
terrible product, it's a terrible company.
Yeah.
Like, the CEO was like, "We need to because our user base is aging up, we need to create Roblox dating now for, like,
Mmm.
teenagers and minors and shit." It's like, "Bruh."
Spooky, bro.
Well, yeah, it's a spooky Epstein-coded company, I think.
Yeah.
If I had kids, I would not let them on Roblox.
So I saw this article and I wanted to talk about it, even though we sort of talked about it before, when we talked about EA and what they might do with some of their properties now that they're essentially private, owned by the Saudis.
Mm.
But the headline of the article reads: Mass Effect 5 and BioWare's future uncertain following buyout. Former EA manager now says. And this person goes on to say that basically in the middle you have these IPs like BioWare's IPs, said Rozier, now director of market intelligence at industry analyst firm Newzoo. They've been struggling as a studio, as a brand, have been struggling in recent years, and I don't know if they will keep funding that one. I think that's the biggest question mark for me. And that's kind of like, so this person doesn't think they're going to last. Because, like, you know, they're saddled with debt now, and they're probably, maybe they're going to look to sell some studios and IPs to kind of alleviate some of that stuff. And, you know, do their new owners really care about Mass Effect or Dead Space or any of these other single player experiences? Probably not. They're probably looking for more innovative ways and dastardly ways to get people out of their money for microtransactions and FIFA and Madden and stuff. So, would you be devastated? Would you even care if EA got rid of BioWare and like Mass Effect just died on the vine?
Oh,
Or, you know,
man.
because you're someone who loves Dragon Age. Like, look, I played Dragon Age Veilguard. It was okay. My love for BioWare comes from my love of Mass Effect. Like, I love Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. I really liked really liked Knights of the Republic. I also really like Jade Empire. But, you know, Mass Effect Andromeda didn't set the world on fire. Anthem was a failure, which I didn't play, so whatever. Um, Dragon Age Veilguard doesn't seem like it was a success either. So I'll
Definitely
answer for
wasn't.
me first because I sort of even wondered, like thinking about it when they originally announced, like, okay, we're doing Mass Effect 5, Mass Effect 4, whatever you want to call it. I always thought to myself, like, okay, yes, cool, 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 cool. Like, I could go for another Mass Effect. You know, especially if it seemed like a sequel to 3, which kind of what Andromeda wasn't, right? It was like, okay, well, how does the story continue? Like, it seemed like Liara was going to be part of it. I was like, okay, but considering what we've seen with Bioware recently, I'm not sure that I'm not sure that just the game dying undefined is actually a bad thing. Like,
Oh, really?
I'm not sure, as
Hmm.
somebody who like loves the Mass Effect trilogy, like it's almost kind of like when we talked a little bit about Grand Theft Auto, where nostalgia maybe has rose. Well, it's not even that, because I just recently played Mass Effect trilogy again in 2021 when they remastered it, where I love those games so much. But could current day BioWare? This kind of even goes to the whole discussion about current day, Halo Studios. Like, can they actually make and meet the expectations of the fan base for what the Mass Effect fans want in a Mass Effect game when they couldn't even do it with Dragon Age fans? And, you know, like
Well, it
like
was a
Matt
very, very different team. Like, I
I
was
know.
told that, like, the Mass Effect team basically had to stop working on Mass Effect to save.
Yes, yeah, I heard that too.
Uh,
Like apparently the end of the game is the Mass Effect team, and the end of the game is pretty cool in Dragon Age. So
yeah.
it's, you know what it is. It's like, you know, the suicide run in Mass Effect 2. It's almost like
Mm.
just like that in the end of Dragon Age Veilguard. It's like their own sort of
Which is
like,
fantastic.
yeah. But do you get what I'm saying though? Like it's kind of
No,
one of those
I
things where it's
do.
like, okay, are we gonna just get another Mass Effect and it just shits on the legacy of the original trilogy? Would it be better off just not even
I
bothering to come out and just
I
being like, hey, this game
I
never
wanna
released?
do you know what? I I'm like I'm probably maybe naively optimistic here
Mm,
because I think the Crown Prince who is involved in buying this is unironically a gamer. And I think like maybe because this is the whole sports washing thing again, right? This is like the whole the Bill Burr comedy thing, which everyone got cancelled over and that kind of thing. It's Saudi Arabia trying to make their um it's this is less about money for them. There are more lucrative things to invest in than gaming, right? For them, this is partially PR, right? And I don't think you do great. I don't think you do yourself any good PR because they are very cognizant of the fact that Saudi Arabia is very visibly on this acquisition, right? And again, this might be my naivete. Maybe if we've got any Saudis listening, 'cause I have spoken to Saudis who listen to the show. If any of you guys are listening, maybe like DM me your perspective on this, because obviously your perspective will be more potent than mine. But it does seem like if you're trying to like curry favor, like doing things like sports and WWE and UFC, and you're having all these events to try and like make your country seem like more appealing and friendly, a bit like I suppose like Dubai has done in recent years and places like that, right? Modernize or whatever, or make it appeal to the West, whatever that means. Um, Maybe one way you can really land that is to deliver a Mass Effect game that people really want, you know, and be like, oh, wow, the Saudis are actually really based and managed to nail this, you
mm.
know. I think that that would be, like, cynically speaking, that could be a PR win for them with a certain section of the audience who, you know, don't care about the rest of it. They just want a good game out of it, you know. So I am like, and this is like absolutely the most naive, optimistic take about where they could go with Mass Effect. The reality is maybe it's just going to be this is like some kind of naive attempt to absolutely make FIFA and Battlefield the most microtransaction laden
Sure.
hellscapes in history and
Yes.
just harvest them and then just basically show everything down. That's probably the way it's going to go. But
Well,
if there's like any respect left for the legacy of EA, Mass Effect, BioWare, and some of these franchises and properties, then there's an opportunity here to like actually deliver something people want. You know, so I don't know.
yeah,
It's probably very naive of me to think. At the end of the day, it's not just Saudi Arabia. This is like a big investment firm. It's and banks are involved. Jared Kushner is involved. Christ,
I mean, you could look
you
at it and
know.
be like, you know,
So
Mass Effect's just not a good investment anymore. Like, I don't know how deep they are into the game, and it's like one of those things where maybe you try to sell it off, but then we sort of talked about like, well, who would want to buy Bioware and the Mass Effect IPs? Would
the
Microsoft be
doctors, man.
interested? It's like, I don't think so. The doctors, I don't even know if any of them are still in gaming realistically. Like CD Project
What do they even
Red.
do now?
Like, what if CG Project Red bought them? Like, or not
Oh
necessarily
man,
bought
that'd be
like
amazing.
Bioware, but like bought the IP. You know, does that fit in their kind of like scope of the type of games they would make? I don't know. Or
Owlcat,
are we
man.
looking at like
Owlcat.
Embracer or, you know, like Saber or one of those other sort of things? Or yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't
Owlcat,
necessarily
bro.
think. Oh, there you go. Maybe they get the license, but I saw this and I'm like, maybe it's just better if it. and this will maybe come back to haunt me, like if they actually release it, ends up being really good or whatever. But it's like maybe it's one of those things where it's like, you know what? If it ends up
Let the
dying,
past go.
yeah, like let the past die. Kill it if you have to, right?
Can you do his voice?
No. Speaking of killing it, in more ways than one, PlayStation Live Service not doing good. Outside of one success, it's definitely seen a bunch of, well, at least one massive failure. One of the biggest failures in video game history, Concord. And the reason this is even brought up is because Jason Schreier had some interesting things to say about Horizon Hunters Gathering, which is a game that literally everybody on the internet looked at and saw and said, yeah, about this game. Are we sure this isn't the next Highguard? Because, the internet said about Highguard, yeah, that game's not going to last very long, and Highguard didn't. I don't know. How long did Highguard last? Was it like a month and a half or whatever it was before they shut it down?
Yeah, something like that.
But, Horizon being, and this, like, the team of Guerrilla Games, very much single-player team, they found big success with Horizon. Herman Hulst is, like, in charge of PlayStation's game studios. I think he's the Matt Booty over there. And they, like, essentially put the entire team, who was a single-player oriented team, on this live service, Fortnite-ish looking Monster Hunter Wilds-ish kind of game that everybody saw and was like, who asked for this? And Jason Schreier sort of reported that, like, there's been a review of the game and that they pulled out the live service element of it and that they're going to be more of a co-op experience and that, like, the team has until December to kind of impress Sony to see if they should continue on with it while some of the other people are going to go into Horizon 3, which, basically hasn't even started production yet, considering last Horizon game came out 4 years ago, so in 2022. So you're even looking at, like, years and years away because they haven't even started on it. And obviously this news was kind of met with the typical, of course, and then also being like, Herman Hulst needs to go. Like, what are we still doing here? Because, like, we talk mostly about Xbox on this podcast. We're talking about gaming in general. And, we've raked the coals of Microsoft getting layoffs and, studio closures and stuff. But, I mean, like, studio closure and layoffs are something that's just kind of a symptomatic in the industry. Literally, it's all over the place. And Sony hasn't been a stranger to any of that stuff. They shut down a bunch of studios. And when Sony shuts down a studio, they stay shut down. There's no second chance of redemption. There's no going independent. It's like you're completely shut down. And a lot of that has to do with the poor decision they've made, or at least Jim Ryan made. And you got to call Jim Ryan a gangster for this. He literally basically put forth this live service mandate and then peaced out before any of it could come to fruition or to destruction. He's just like, later, peace. He just was gone. And it's like everybody else at PlayStation essentially had to sit there and pick up all the pieces of what Jim Ryan decided. But looking at social media, already you have PlayStation fans who aren't happy with PlayStation because of the physical game stuff, right? You have people that are upset about, for whatever reason, with Wolverine, which, by the way, I don't know if you saw this, but we got clipped out of context, of course. Which is funny because people clipped us and said that we were shills because we only said that we only said that the hate only exists because of the disc situation, which I'm pretty sure I said that the gameplay looked generic and derivative and didn't look exciting whatsoever. I kind of like said, like, dude, there's like multiple baskets, and it's like you have people upset at PlayStation.
Who clipped us?
The usual people that watch the show that clip us for social media stuff. But we essentially got clipped for our opinion about Wolverine, and they only clipped the part where you said what you said. And then I said, yeah, there's definitely, and there was like, look at these shills. They're and it's like, did you listen to the rest of the...
for who?
that we were defending PlayStation.
PlayStation?
Yeah. That there wasn't like the whole thing, like there wasn't anything wrong with Wolverine or whatever. And I'm just like,
Oh
did you not hear the
man.
part where I was like, the gameplay looks derivative, like it's uninspired, but that doesn't necessarily mean the rest of the game's gonna look like that. It's the beginning of the game. Like we went through this whole thing, and I offered many different reasons why people might be upset at Wolverine, like the anti-grift, the anti-woke shit with how like Mystique looks, and how some people aren't really happy with the portrayal of Logan, and the physical game situation, which some people are taking their hatred out on PlayStation over Wolverine. And like those things are true, but also like yeah, I didn't think the gameplay looked exciting at all, really. So I'm not surprised people are like, oh my god, but like well, whatever. Now we got labeled PlayStation shills, which is just fucking hilarious to me.
You're a
Um,
shill. You managed to be a shill and a hater in
I
that one
know.
sentence. There's no fucking nuance on the internet anymore,
No,
mate.
there's
There's
not.
no nuance. You can't have a you know a sort of an informed, nuanced opinion and see the pros and cons in two sides of any argument. You've got to be extreme for one or extreme for the other, or else you're going to get attacked.
Yes,
It's the modern internet is like
it's the
a
worst.
joke, man. It's a
Yeah,
fucking joke.
it's the worst. So here we are now with the PlayStation Live service. And yeah, I mean, you could argue that it has been a complete failure. And that's one of the reasons why I see a lot of PlayStation fans being like, this generation has sucked. And why a lot of PlayStation fans are saying they don't want a PS6 anytime soon because they feel like they haven't gotten their money's worth out of the PS5 and that there's still more to come. And that's partially due to the fact that you put teams like Gorilla on a live service game when nobody wanted it, or you put a team like Bluepoint, a team that was the best at remastering and remaking things, and put them on a God of War live service that went nowhere, that you had to cancel and then shut down the studio. You know, you bought,
Hi there.
I don't even know, Fire Sprite or Firewalk. I don't even know what studio it was that made Concord and shut them down after 2 weeks. And all the other, like the Sony Bend, and they were doing a live service game that got canceled. And not to mention, like, maybe their premier studio, Naughty Dog, like, they had their live service thing canceled after speaking to Bungie. And you consider, like, Bungie and Marathon, that's another sort of thing. Like, Marathon isn't, as much as I love Marathon, I would definitely not say it's in a great place. I like I've said, I don't think that studio survives, 2027. But I don't know. Like, what do you? Was the chase for the live service the right move for them? Like, because you could argue, like, hey, this has been one of the most profitable generations of PlayStation ever, in a time where they necessarily haven't been. I mean, I guess people would, you say this, but then people would be like, well, Astrobot was game of the year. You'd be like, well, like people will say like, well, they haven't really like hit it out of the park. Some PlayStation fans would say they have, some wouldn't. I mean, I don't know. Like I do feel like, yeah, Herman Hulst hasn't done a great job, but then you look at it and it's like, well, maybe he has, because, or maybe, I don't know. Like, I don't personally think he has, and I have my issues with Matt Booty as well. Like, and I'm sure maybe it's the same thing where I don't, sometimes I feel like it's a time for a change in leadership at Xbox in that regard of who runs the studios. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I don't
I
know. I
don't
think
begrudge like everybody be looking at Herman Hulst and seeing like all these single player studios and all these decisions he made and him and Jim Ryan made that have like not paid off, and the only one that has is Helldivers, and they're not even working with Arrowhead for their next game, and being like, what the fuck have you done? You've set PlayStation back. Naughty Dog basically is going to finally release their first new game in potentially 8 years, 7 years next year, because of all, like, it just seems like you just wasted a ton of people's time and a ton of people's resources on chasing a trend that you had no experience in. And for some people, it seems like a lost generation. And it could have been so much better if they kept on the path of the PS4 where you just focus on single player and let other studios do multiplayer. But they had to have their own Fortnite, and that never came to fruition. Like,
Mm.
what do you think about all this?
Well, I kind of, it kind of reminds me of the weird turmoil that Bethesda went through before they were acquired, where it was like,
Safe single player, yeah.
yeah, they looked at the landscape and they were like, oh shit, all the hype's in multiplayer right now. We need a multiplayer game. We need mobile games. So they were like, okay, let's sprint to Wolfenstein Youngblood or Elder Scrolls Online or Fallout 76, both of which are okay now, but they shipped in a rushed, panicked state, I would argue. It feels like Sony's going through the same thing where they're like, well, a lot of our revenue on the service side is generated by third parties, and we don't really have an answer for a lot of this stuff. We just sort of relying on others to pick up the tab. And there is every likelihood that like some of these games are probably like messing up right now. Meanwhile, you've got like a bunch of multiplayer games that are practically exclusive to PC, which could eventually start to become a threat if the Call of Duty sort of dude bro fan base eventually does start to wane, for example. um just imagine, this is like a hypothetical scenario that probably would never happen in reality. But just imagine that like Valve's Overwatch clone, for example, or what is it called? Deadlock, I think it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's in like closed beta right now. Imagine if like that absolutely blows the fuck up and it just never comes to console. And Sony doesn't really have an answer to that. It's something for them, I suppose, in their mind, just to play devil's advocate. It's in their mind, it's probably like we need an answer for this. Realistically, we need some kind of answer for this. So I understand why they're doing it. You know, it's just like it'd be nice, I suppose, for them if they could do it well. That seems to be the issue that happened right now.
I mean, isn't
Is that
that
they
everybody's?
can't.
Like, well, you need to do it well. It's like, okay,
You need to
well,
do it well.
harder said than done, huh?
Easier said, right?
Yeah, easier
Um,
said than done.
but people talk about how like Microsoft acquired a lot of its biggest service games, but it also did a great job nurturing some of them. You can't deny that Microsoft's done an absolutely fantastic job nurturing Minecraft,
Minecraft.
for example. They've turned Flight Simulator into a very powerful niche, especially on the merchandise licensing side, which is something nobody ever talks about. But some of those flight sticks, which were officially
Well, I
licensed
mean,
to
because
Flight
they
Sim,
never talk about it.
they never talk about it, but they don't need to because that
Sure,
community are sick.
sure.
They're sickos. They'll spend thousands and thousands of dollars on this shit, and that Microsoft gets a cut of that. Like that seems to be what Matt Booty's very good of. Is a merchandising side of a franchise, and he's done it really well with Flight Sim. He's done it really well with Minecraft, and like we're seeing a lot of it emerge in other franchises now. Like we were talking about the Gears of War Lancer, which costs like $300 or whatever it is. Like these are all sort of like it's like a flywheel, right? They call it like a flywheel. You make a franchise and then you monetize other aspects of it, to sort of um, help people get embedded in their love of the franchise. And like Minecraft is a merchandising monster. It is a merchandising monster. You don't know how much money they make
You don't
merchandising that
know, but
shit.
yeah, no,
You don't
we
even
we
know,
we
bro.
know how they make billions of dollars on that shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, well, we literally don't know because they don't tell us. But
Yes.
point being, they make a lot of fucking money. So if I'm a Sony, I'm thinking like, oh man, we really need something like that because we don't have it. They're kind of like it feels like they've desperately looked to Horizon to become this, but they've tried to run before they walked really. Like Horizon, like, did it ever really have the cachet to become a Lego game? Like if
No.
did it ever have the cachet to have a multiplayer spin-off Monster Hunter clone? Like it never really did, in my opinion. And it feels like they wanted it to. This was like their test bed for it to become this maybe something they could merchandise and they could have spin-offs and maybe they could have TV shows and movies and whatever and all the rest of it. Whereas Microsoft already has a lot of this stuff, and people often talk about like how you know oh, the Xbox console business is unhealthy, but as an entertainment business overall, I think Xbox is in like a much stronger place with regards to potential when you talk about things that could become movies, TV shows, because a lot of that stuff does already have the cachet. I think Diablo and Warcraft and Overwatch have far more cachet to become that than Horizon does, for example. And a lot of the stuff that Sony has that is on that level, like Spider-Man, they don't own it. They don't own any of the rights to the merchandising or the movies or anything to do with that stuff. So I understand where they're coming from and why they're trying very hard to do some of this stuff. But I also think like it's rooted in folly if they, I don't know, if they just keep doing it the way they're doing it. And I think one of the ironically, Rand, I think unfortunately for them, one of the problems is they refuse to put the games on other platforms. Because I don't think you will ever have a game that can have that kind of cachet unless you put it on PC, unless it launches day one on
Well,
Steam.
I
I
mean
don't
that's
think
what
a
the
game can ever go that viral.
yeah.
I don't.
No, I mean that's what Helldivers 2 did. You know, Sony's the live service stuff was going to PC, but
The one opportunity Sony had with regards to any of this was fucking Destiny. It was
mm,
Destiny, and they squandered it. All the money they wasted on other projects, like this Horizon thing, they should have plowed into Destiny. They should have been plowing that into Destiny because Destiny was the one thing they had that could have been
you know,
something that could have had
no,
spin-offs,
no. You see,
mobile games,
I
merchandising,
agree with
TV
you.
shows,
I
movie.
agree with you, but I also feel, and I know like maybe PlayStation guys who might listen to the show maybe disagree with me because they want Naughty Dog to make Intergalactic, which I'm also like, yeah, I'd rather have that. But I honestly think Last of Us Online would have done really well.
I think it would have too.
Like the TV show, and like they had the blueprint with the Last of Us multiplayers in general from the previous game. So if you just made that whole thing, I really think that was outside of Helldivers. I think that was their best chance of creating something that could have broken out. You do put that on PC, you do it. I could see that being massive on PC. I mean, that's where Helldivers 2 made most of its money, and it sold most of its copies was PC. And that's where I think Last of Us would have too, because I think people would
Mm.
have eaten. If it was like an extraction, maybe not an extraction shooter, but whatever. I think that it had the best chance of any of the other stuff to working, but for whatever reason, they decided not to. And like even Jason Schreier said that like nobody was working on Intergalactic really until Last of Us Online got canceled. Like that's what they were working on, and then 2023 happened, and they canceled it, and they moved everybody over to do Intergalactic. But there's like a world where Intergalactic makes way less money than a successful Last of Us. But the problem with that is like if Last of Us Online becomes a huge success, that's the only thing you're working on. And some of those people didn't want to necessarily work on that. They'd rather work on other things. Like kind of like with Respawn, where it's like you have these things and then Apex Legends become this massive hit. Now you're only just working on Apex Legends. And sure, you build another studio to essentially, work on the Star Wars, Jedi games or whatever, but you get kind of locked into the success. You're prisoners of the success of whatever you're working on, right?
Mm.
And it even seems like I don't even necessarily know if it's going to stop, because I think the CEO of PlayStation said they're going to still do more live service stuff, because I think they look at it and they're like, the potential for the money we spend in single player or a live service game, there's better potential that one of the live service games breaks out and makes all the money rather than just like selling. Because essentially, like, God of War LaFay, right? Probably costs a lot of money. Who's it selling to? The same people that essentially bought the previous two God of War games, and potentially maybe less. Now that may be different now because there is a God of War TV show coming, so maybe you open up the franchise to new audiences through the TV show, which, by the way, I don't know if you saw this, Jez, but Dave Bautista is now the new Kratos, officially confirmed.
Does that mean he won't be in Gears?
I mean, I think he had zero chance of being in Gears, but yeah, he's going to be filming the new,
Oh man.
Dave Bautista. So I think we'll see how that goes. I mean, Dave Bautista's a great actor. I could definitely see him as Kratos. Ryan Hurst, I mean, the role of a lifetime. That sucks for him. So maybe you get more people into Gears or God of War because of the TV show. But in reality, it's like you're selling to the same people you've always sold to. It's just that now the prices are higher, so you're monetizing those people more. That's why I think you're gonna see more TV shows and stuff, because that's an easy way to, bring people from the outside, and it clearly works if it's a successful TV show stuff. So you look at it from PlayStation's things, is it worth more to them to fund a single player game or a potential for a multiplayer game that might actually break out? Now, they've had a bunch of failures, but I've had one big success, and you keep on throwing stuff at a wall and seeing if it sticks. I don't know. Maybe you just need new people at PlayStation. I don't necessarily know if it's Herman Hulst's fault, because I'm sure a lot of that stuff flows from the top down. But the idea of putting a single player studio like Guerrilla on a multiplayer co-op game is asinine. In the same way of putting a remake studio on a God of War live service doesn't make any sense. But they did those things, So, I guess you could say the thing with Xbox, at least, is that they don't necessarily have to worry about making any new live service franchises, because they have Diablo, they have Call of Duty, they have Minecraft. Right, you mean Gears?
They've got Grounded.
They have Grounded. You mean Gears is Gears. It'll have its PvE and multiplayer as it always has. You don't necessarily have to worry about that, unless, of course, Call of Duty starts falling off the face of the earth, and then you might have to really, really worry about it. But you're gonna have a new StarCraft soon, and that's presumably probably gonna have multiplayer stuff. You have Overwatch 2. You have your Elder Scrolls Online, and you have your Fallout 76s and all these sort of things. You have all that stuff with all the recurring revenue. So you don't necessarily have to worry about any of that shit. But for whatever reason, PlayStation was like, here's what worked on the PS4 gen. We did all single player games, and we're going to go completely opposite direction on the PS5. And people were worried about that, and they were right to be worried, because none of it worked. And it's just taken longer and longer for their favorite studios to make new entries into their franchises that they love. So, yeah, everything's a shit show, I guess. By the way, did you read any of the previews of the Dustbloods, the From Software game? The From Software game?
I couldn't care less.
You couldn't care? Why? Because it's on the Switch? Would you care if it was on the Xbox? If this was an Xbox exclusive, how much would you care?
Not that much.
No.
I don't really like the idea of a multiplayer Souls-like. I haven't played
Night Rain?
What's it called? Night Rain. I haven't played it. I bought it in the sale. I just never got around to it. I like my Souls solo, man. I don't play them co-op. I don't like being invaded. All that shit. I play them solo.
What about this game that I ran gameplay for? Hell Is Us. What do you think of this game?
I think it's all right. I hate the combat. The combat is really miserable and poor. I think if they do a sequel, they need to hire a better combat person, probably. But I think it has some of the best world building I've seen in a game for a long time. The environment, the maps, the world are so detailed and so interesting to explore. There's so much stuff to find and little NPC stories. I love that shit in games. We were talking about Red Dead Redemption earlier. It feels almost on that level. When you go in Red Dead Redemption, you find all these kind of little NPC stories all over the place. Hell Is Us is almost on that level. It's just a shame the combat's not very good.
This
and
game
you do a lot of combat in the game.
So how do you feel? Because this game famously has where there's no direction given. You just kind of got to find it on your own. Or
I love
whatever.
it.
Then that's fine with you. You just go and explore.
Yep.
No yellow paint. No HUD telling you which way to go.
Fuck yellow paint, bro.
Fuck yellow paint. Fuck yellow paint. Okay, fair enough.
But yeah, I don't care about Dustbloods. Whatever,
You don't care about Dustbloods.
Stupid Nintendo jank. Don't care.
Yes, we have a member chat here for 77 months for Scarcely Relevant. Well, 77 months is a long time. Thank you. He says, good day, boys. Tuning into the best Xbox podcast out there. Dungeon Crawler Carl is brilliant. Great recommendation, Rand. It is. Dungeon Crawler Carl is awesome. It is I do think the first book is probably the worst. But that's what happens for a lot of books, where like the first one is kind of, and I'm not saying the worst in the sense it sucks, but in comparison to the next 7 books, I definitely think it's like the lowest one. But it does give you of like a, basically kind of showing you what to expect from it with all the humor and stuff. But I sort of feel like each book gets better, and then man, like book 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, they're all just top of the line. Like my favorite is book 5, Butcher's Masquerade, and then book 6, Eye of the Bedlam. Like they're my 2 favorites. But the series is so great, and I'm super excited anytime someone says they read something based on my opinion. And they got the TV show coming eventually, which hopefully brings a lot of new fans. But I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. It only gets
I've still got
way better
the
from here.
yeah, I've still got the Troop to read
The
that I
Troop is
bought.
great. The Troop is
I
great.
gotta
You're
read
gonna be
that.
so
I'll read that
scared,
when I
bro.
go back.
You'll be so scared.
Can't get scared of a book.
Tal Seti Runner says, "Why do we accept COD being abandoned a year after release? There's clearly an audience for old CODs. See Black Ops 1 and 2 on PlayStation. Yet, old CODs prior to Modern Warfare 19 left hacked and worse on PC with remote code execution." I bring up a good
Yes.
point.
Yes.
Why
Yes.
are people? Because I think people want the new and shiny. There's always something to be said about like a new product of being like, oh, this is something brand new. And COD's been like that since forever. It was like every year there was a new COD, so you kind of get in the habit of just being like, I'm only here for this 1 year, and I'm gonna max out what I can, and then this next game, and the next game's gonna have all these other things that I can do, right? And it's just
Yeah.
I sort of feel the problem is people don't necessarily like the modern iterations, and they don't like the Call of Duty HQ, and they don't like all the convoluted menus, and that's what kind of brings up the nostalgia for a simpler time when it was
A
just
simpler, happier
the
time.
beginning, and it was like it didn't have all that stuff, and it didn't push you for all the microtransactions, and you didn't see Peter from Family Guy and the Warzone stuff. It was like I just
Hate that,
want
man.
like what I used to feel like back in the day when I was 18 and I didn't have any responsibilities and I could just play Call of Duty all night. And I mean, there is something to be said of like, oh, well, because it's a yearly release, if the other games get hacked and stuff, it doesn't matter because it's on the next game every single year. And it's like, yeah, should we be okay with that? I mean, I always bought the
Well,
CODs for the campaigns. I couldn't care less for the multiplayer. So, I mean, I'm the wrong person to ask for that. Jez, you got something to add?
yeah, I mean, he's talking about like because it's a whole thing. There's a community pretty much following Modern Warfare 2 being basically malware sitting on Steam,
Mm-hmm.
serving up viruses to
Well,
people,
then
and
why is it
um,
still being allowed to be sold? Like, why isn't Steam taking it down, or why hasn't Xbox told them to take it down?
I have no idea. It's something. It's on my to-do list to investigate, but I'm just one person, and there's unfortunately bigger fish I got to fry at the moment, such as like 3 or 4 deadlines I got coming up in the next couple of weeks. So it is something I want to look into more, but it is really annoying that Microsoft shipped like a polished, well, not polished, maybe polished is maybe the wrong word, but at least a secure, siloed version of Black Ops 1 and 2 for PlayStation. And they didn't bother doing the same for Xbox. But Xbox is left with the broken, hacked versions because it shares servers with 360. And if you've got a hacked 360, you can deploy all kinds of bullshit into the old school Call of Duty games. So it comes back to what we were talking about earlier with a lot of retro games are getting new expansions and new content. And you know, I want to believe that Microsoft is behind the scenes getting Iron Galaxy to do an Xbox version of that shit, but um, if they are, they're probably not going to tell me about it. There'll be something they announce in an event, I suppose. But it should never have happened in the first place.
No, no, definitely shouldn't have. Definitely should not have. Um, yeah, you know what, Jess? Let's take some Patreon questions, shall we?
Let's do it.
Um, yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with us. If you enjoyed the show, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. If you haven't already, it's free. Just click the button. If you're listening to this later on iTunes or Spotify or anywhere else, leave us a review or 5 stars. We'd appreciate it. Check out our sponsor, Surfshark, surfshark.com/XB2 to protect yourself online and get a big rar from Jez for the VPN that he loves to use every single day. And if you want to support us more directly, patreon.com/XB2. We're going to be answering some questions right now from the wonderful, very sexy people of Patrons. See what they have to say. We got Tylus Jez, who says, seems like a lot more Xbox stuff going on in terms of marketing, heavier Gamescom presence, multiple marketing partnerships, etc. Maybe it's for the anniversary or coincidence with all the big games they have coming, or maybe it's more driven by Asha. Curious what you think. Could this be a sign of Xbox pushing for more marketing? I think
it's a good question. I mean, it's one of the things we've complained a lot.
Well,
Yeah, it's
I think
one of
some
the
of
things
it
we
is
complain a lot about is lack of marketing.
yes. I think some of it is the 25th anniversary, right? And you do have like the bigger games like the Gears and the Halos and the Fables and stuff. I sort of wonder how much of it is Asha. Like she clearly hated the "this is an Xbox" ad and cut it off right away. Like people talk about the Gears thing. Like, was the Gears thing always planned to be a WWE sort of marketing event, or is that something that Asha approved? I mean, one of the things we always mention is Xbox marketing can be very, very, very hit or miss, with mostly on the miss side. But yeah, if you had to guess, what do you think? Is it just because it's like everything laid out this year and it's 25th anniversary, so we're gonna market it hard, or is Asha putting some more fuel to the fire, or what do you think?
Well, if you remember, do you remember last year when the Spotify Wrapped came out?
Yeah.
And there was no Xbox Wrapped.
Yeah, which is
and everyone was mad about
pathetic. It's pathetic.
Yeah, but do you remember what I said about it?
That they didn't have the budget to do it because they were going to do other things for the 25th anniversary, and I still didn't like your explanation because my fridge can give me detailed statistics about how many times I open it up. This isn't fucking hard to do. Like, literally every company for every product has a Wrapped. So I don't buy the idea of like, oh, it's marketing budget, whatever. No.
Well,
I'm sorry.
First of all,
don't buy it.
Fine. But first of all, let me tell you that I have it on good authority. That this year there will be an Xbox Wrapped.
Well, yeah, no shit. It's the 25th anniversary, so there'll be a lot better, a lot more detailed statistics for it. Absolutely.
But also, like this, it's going to be a thing moving forward. There's an app, a new app coming for it, and it's going to be something that is a thing going forward. So I think they heard that feedback loud and clear last year. But the way it was framed to me was like, we've got so much stuff we're going to activate next year. That is why some of the things have been pared back this year. Like FanFest was pared back last year and all the rest of it.
Sure.
So, I think part of it's a mixture probably. I could probably find out something more granular, but yeah, I think probably a mixture of both. I suppose it'd be more interesting to find out if they sustain this level of marketing push into next year.
Well, they should. I mean, they still have Fable early next year. I guess you look at like, well, what games are coming next year? It'd be, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like, do you see it happening? I mean, I don't know. I mean, is Helix next year? If so, you would think the marketing push would actually increase if you're gonna have Helix release next year at some point, right? At some point, you're gonna have to reveal it. You're gonna have to start marketing.
I don't think Helix is launching next year.
No.
Do you think it's launching? If I had to guess,
early 2028 or late 2028?
If I had to guess, I'd say 2028.
You think PS6 is launching? Would it be beneficial or detrimental if PlayStation 6 launched before the Xbox? So I sort of feel like it'd be detrimental.
I think it would be detrimental, but I don't know. I don't think. If I had to guess, I don't think either of them launch next year.
I mean, it's certainly a possibility.
Component stuff is cooked, man.
Yeah, but the thing is, here's what I say about that: is are we sure it's just not going to get more expensive? That even if they wait to 2028, it's just not even more expensive. So then the price of
I'm not talking
price is
about
even
waiting.
higher.
I'm
Well,
not talking about waiting. I'm talking about not physically not being able to get the part.
I mean, I guess there's
The
that.
part's just not existing.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, I'm not. I could definitely see it being 2028 for sure, but we'll find out. Eric says, with the debacle on the physical media and Blu-ray manufacturing, why aren't Sony and Xbox looking at other types of physical media like USB sticks or SD cards or other cards like Nintendo? Um, well, because I think Nintendo fans are sort of conditioned to use cartridges, like, on the Switch, use cartridges, Game Boys, and stuff like that. With Xbox and PlayStation, it was disc or just a digital download. And
Mm.
like, I don't know how cost effective it would be to sell like a game box with the USB stick in it so you can just plug it in and play a game. So for them, it's like it's the disc or it's digital. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I feel like, Nintendo with their game storage cards or game key cards or whatever, it's like, here's a thing that looks like the thing you've always been used to, but it's like it just gives you the ability to download it, which then you can then resell, right? Where like with Xbox and PlayStation, it's the disc or just a digital download, and they're gonna get rid of the disc. They'll also have the digital download. I mean, I don't know. Is that kind of right, Jez? I mean, I don't know. How much would it cost for them to pack every case with a USB stick? Be like, well, you bought Call of Duty. Here's your USB stick with 100 gigabytes on it for the game or whatever, right?
I mean, storage is like that kind of storage is the reason prices are so high. Like I mean, USB sticks not going to be if we're talking like USB 3, it wouldn't be fast enough to stream the game anyway. I don't think. Like you'd be talking like USB C at least, and maybe higher. To get the speeds necessary. Like SD cards are slow. And that's why some games install to the hard drive, the SSD, even on the Switch. Like the games won't run effectively off the SD card. So I don't know. The whole point of discs was that they were cheap to make and still had like a DRM and all those kind of capabilities. Um, I just don't think it's realistic. I don't think we'll see Microsoft shift to a new format. I think it's just incredibly inevitable that Microsoft's going to go down the same path as Sony. I think they're just nervous about how they frame that at a time where people are already pissed off at them in general. Like just speaking about the wider audience. I don't think there's any likelihood that Microsoft's going to pull back on that. But who knows, man? Maybe they'll shock us.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I don't think they will.
No. We have Nitroom who says, spot on piece on negativity last week. Thanks, Chaz and Rand, for standing up against the ever increasing algorithms, monetization, negativity, grifting loops. We love games and gaming, and we don't want to start hating what we love. Which games are you most looking forward to? The rest of this year, I mean, GTA 6, 13 years in the making, right? Probably number one. Control 2 is up there now that I'm playing through Control again and kind of remembering, like, oh yeah, I'm kind of. My concern with Control 2 was always the combat, but it definitely looks better in the more recent stuff. Gears E-Day is up there for sure. Am I missing something?
Dawn of War 4, man.
No, not Dawn of War 4. I'm very interested in the Castlevania game. I mean, there's still other games I need to play. I got to play Hades 2. I got to still play Replaced. I got to play Planet of Lana 2. I still got to play Lego Legacy of Batman. Right? There's still some games here from earlier in the year that I gotta get to. But I mean, if you're looking for my top three, it's probably GTA, Control 2, and Gears for the rest of the year. And then I don't know if we're expanding 2027, it's like probably GTA and then Fable be two. So I'm very curious about how Fable turns out. Very curious if Playground nailed it. Very curious if it's more than just, you know, like, oh, we have all these each NPCs individual, and you can buy in all these things and whatever. Like, yeah, that's cool, but I'm interested in the story and like the combat and stuff. Like, show me that. Which apparently they're going to be doing more of that at Gamescom. So, but yes, GTA 6 and Fable, for sure. What about you, Jez? Dawn of War,
Dawn of War 4 is absolutely, I think, at
World
the
of
top of my list.
Warcraft DLC 15.
World of Warcraft's like, oh man, the writing's so bad, it's making me not want to play it anymore. I'm pretty excited to try Blood of the Dawnwalker, although it's probably going to be the last thing I get round to because I just got so much. Now that we've got Stalker 2.0 and the Stalker expansion, I really want to finally get into Stalker 2. It's kind of funny, like, because it feels a bit like the game's been in early access, the amount of work they've done on it. But I think now I'm finally gonna, of the games that I'm gonna play that aren't for embargo, Stalker 2 is gonna be probably what I dedicate time to outside of that cycle. But also Star Wars Zero Company. I love me some XCOM style games. And I do like Star Wars, generally speaking, if we forget the sequel trilogy exists. And I also want to get around to playing Seeker City 2. I think that looks really good. Other than that, I mean GTA, I suppose.
I suppose.
I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose. We have Jimmy, who says, "Hey, Rand and Jez, question for Jez. I really appreciated your latest article on id Software, and I would like to know if you ever write an article on the Age of Empires franchise, specifically about the incredible work done by Xbox to bring this IP to a new golden age. Next year will mark the 30th anniversary of the franchise, and millions of people play it, but most of them really don't know the hard challenges faced by World's Edge to save and restart the saga. It would be great to read some interviews with World's Edge and Forgotten Empires, since Relic will not work on future projects. I'd love to know what they have in store for us for the future, and if they have ever thought about creating movies or TV series with Amazon or Netflix based on the Age of Empires. Thank you, Jez, and cheers from Italy."
Absolutely. I will absolutely do that. I'm
Yes.
going to put it on my official Microsoft to-do list. And it is something I've been thinking about doing because I was really curious why like Age of Empires 3 had a cancelled expansion and then uncancelled it. Like I do want to cover Age of Empires more because I think it's an underrated and overlooked aspect of Microsoft's recent successes. Because Microsoft has had a lot of success stories. They just tend to be in genres that the mainstream doesn't care about that much. Like Flight Simulator is absolutely huge with that audience. Age of Empires is absolutely huge with that audience. And it's like when you look at Age of Empires and the success that it's had, I think that has made some publishers warm to the idea of coming back to the genre. And I think you're going to see some classic franchises from that genre get revived over the next couple of years. Dawn of War 4, for example. We've got Total War, Warhammer 40k as well. Dawn of War, Total War is a little bit different, I suppose. But like, these games have an audience, and I think, there is this now that all this sort of like, I feel like this sort of fad towards, oh, let's drop what we're good at and try and make a battle royale or an extraction shooter or whatever. I think this fad of trying to pivot and trying to chase trends, I think that's gradually dying. I think a lot more devs are just being like, let's just make what we're good and passionate at. I think we're starting to see a move back towards in that direction. So I will absolutely do that about Age of Empires. That's a great idea, and I really appreciate the kind comments on that id story because I've never really tried something like that before.
Right. Let's see here. We have Rave Damos says, "Gents, wishing you and the community a splendid of days just because I can." Well, thank you, Mr. Rave. Appreciate the comment. Chris M. "Hey guys, hope you've had a solid week. I found the general reaction to the GTA 6 leaks fascinating, mostly the clear lack of any sympathy towards Rockstar given how they've handled the game. It almost reminds me of the Luigi Magnoni assassinating the Big Pharma CEO. Murder is never justified, but there wasn't much public sympathy. I wonder if all of this points to an inflection point where people are simply fed up with the major corporations and brands, and the brands don't carry the power they once did. If that were the case, is Xbox actually in a slightly better spot as they know the brand is damaged and are trying to actively fix it versus Sony leaning entirely on its brand and first party titles despite their customers' current vitriol towards them due to their practices? Interesting comment.
Mm.
Um, hmm. Well, I mean, I've always said people don't necessarily care if the sausage is made, they just want the sausage. So like to most people, they care about the game, they don't care about the people behind the scenes making the game. To them it's like that's how it
Sausage.
is, right? They don't care about the devs of Rockstar. And to be fair, I mean, I don't want to be not to be fair, but mostly the devs are completely invisible. You don't.
Yeah.
You could. GTA 6 could be your most anticipated game. You could go out to dinner, and sitting right next to you might be a senior producer on the game, and you wouldn't even know. Because outside of the Kojimas, or the Sam Lakes, or the ones that are in the positions of PR, the Cliffy B, like they're just invisible
Chris
people.
Metzen.
They're just workers like everybody else. So it's just I have seen some people have sympathy towards Rockstar, but I think that's mostly like people closely connected to the game journal space that talks to developers at like GDC and those places and knows how hard they work on those games. Where like the customers just I don't know these people. I just want my game, you know? Um as for how it, pertains to Xbox versus PlayStation, I mean, I get what you're trying to say, and I get like the idea of like, is Sony overestimating like how much of the physical stuff matters? And they're playing the way they're playing it is that they don't think it matters at all. Is that they're looking at the hard data and they're making a choice, being like, this is what we need to do in the future to make more money. And the people we'll leave behind with the no games, like if they're this small section, they may be a vocal minority on the internet. But in reality, in the real world, it's basically a drop in the bucket. It doesn't necessarily matter. Now, could they be wrong? Potentially. There's always the potential for them to, overread or underestimate how people's reactions are. But I mean, we talked about the physical sales this year, and Sony only counts to 32% of a dwindling market, and is like, okay, and, and you're right. Xbox knows that their brand is damaged. They have to work harder to satisfy the current fans that they have. But like the big thing, like Jez mentioned earlier, that Asha has to worry about is how are we bringing more people into Xbox instead of just we're trying our best to keep the people that we have. But if we want to be a successful business, how are we getting new people? Right? I personally, I don't know. Jez, do you think they're related anyway? The way that Chris kind of talks about it here?
I mean, to some degree. I mean, there's always like two different audiences in there. There's sort of like a passive audience which doesn't really care about any of this stuff. Like earlier you were talking about how you were talking about E3, and and I was sitting there realizing I didn't even know E3 existed until I started covering gaming. So like 2013, 2012 was when I discovered E3. Like
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't know what it was because I played loads of games, I played tons of games, but I'd never even heard of E3. I didn't read any magazines. I didn't really there was no YouTube back then, really. Oh well, there was, but like there wasn't like I didn't watch any gaming YouTubers even if there were any back then. I didn't read any gaming websites either, really. So some people engage with it very passively, I suppose. Um, but I do think there is something to be said about. I think there is a generalized angst towards corporations right now. I do think that there is a cultural inflection point going on right now, and it goes beyond gaming. I mean, people are angry about artificial intelligence. They see, corporations as being uh, they are like they used to. They've always behaved this way. They've always behaved this way. But because they don't have so much control over what we see these days, there's a lot more visibility on like the blatant corruption, the market manipulation, all that kind of stuff. And it's not just corporations, but like government officials doing it. Like you can easily see like what stocks people like Nancy Pelosi are trading or Trump or his sons. And you can see like how their comments can move markets and how they can make money based on buying and selling certain stocks in reaction to certain, you know, insider trading kind of stuff, which is supposed to be illegal. But apparently, we're a lawless society now, and this isn't just an America thing, but it's like it goes across the board. There's been a huge scandal in the UK, for example, with like the previous government selling um, temporary medical contracts to their friends during COVID to the tune of billions of pounds, billions of taxpayer money. I think people are generally fed up of it. So I think like when it is some of this stuff, there's a lot of impatience and there's less sympathy than ever for any corporation, no matter what industry they're in, you know. And I do think like it does come back to the Luigi Mangione thing. Like I can't imagine anyone less sympathetic than a healthcare American insurance CEO, healthcare insurance CEO. And this guy literally decides who gets to live or die based on whether or not they'll process their insurance claims for the healthcare system. You know, so it's no wonder that people were hailing this guy as a hero. You know, there is a cultural inflection point right now, and I suppose like I do think there is some of that there, you know. But at the end of the day, these corporations done it themselves by being shit. You know, I don't think it warrants murder, obviously, but the anger is real and it isn't being acknowledged. So, like the people who just don't handle anger very well are gonna react in a certain way, ain't they? You know, and I think like the on the lower end of that, the era of voting with your wallet doesn't work anymore. You know, so people are expressing their anger in other ways. Um, it's part of a wider discussion. It's a cultural thing. I do agree with Chris. There is some shit gonna go down, I think, someday.
I see this tweet and I have to bring it up because it's one of the most pathetic things I've ever seen.
Oh,
We were talking about GTA 6 earlier, right? We talked about some of the accounts that are covering it, right? Whatever.
yeah.
One of these accounts goes, "Be sure to send a kind word to all your favorite GTA coverage accounts. Every single kind text in times like these means the world to each one of us." And then he goes on to list the creators. "We will all work very hard to provide you all the news. They deserve all the love." Someone asks, what do you mean by in times like these? What is this, World War fucking 3? And you're covering on the front lines, covering the war? You're a fucking GTA simp account that
This is what I'm
goes
talking
from
about.
great.
There is.
But like the idea of
It's
like
weird,
that
man.
people are upset because of like Rockstar's practices or whatever. But you like, look, whatever. I just saw this tweet from this account that has, a lot of followers because they're one of these news aggregate things. And it's just like, send a kind word to all your favorite GTA coverage accounts. Every single kind text in times like these means the world to each one of us. Like, what's happened to you? You haven't been hacked. Your life's work hasn't been put on the internet for someone to sell a meme coin. And I even saw that he's like selling, like trying to sell like more campaign footage for add-ons or whatever. Like, you're just some dude behind on the computer screen printing shit up, cashing an Elon check. But you're acting like you're somehow involved in this. It is like literally one of the most pathetic pieces of tweets I've ever seen, Jez. Like, I am like shocked. And it's funny because like the half of the replies are like calling him out, and the other half of the replies are like, "You're my favorite" and stuff. And I'm like, I'm just sitting there shaking my head like, I can't believe this shit is real. Who the hell are you? Like you're nothing. You have nothing to do with Rockstar. You didn't do iota of work on Grand Theft Auto 6 in any way, but you're making the leaks about you and yourself and your other engagement farmers on Twitter. Send a message to each one of us, because at times like these, like, Jez, are we fucking for real right now, bro? Like,
is this the parasocial thing you were talking about? I mean, it's I get it, man. Like, on some level, it's like when you really love something and you feel like it's sort of helped you maybe in some way. Like, I could maybe somehow get it, but I
but
try to
would you
put
make it
myself in
about
those shoes.
yourself? Like, imagine.
No, I wouldn't.
So like,
I've
but
never,
imagine if
even
this
like
was.
with World of Warcraft, even when I was when I was in my early 20s and I was unemployed because it was the credit crunch, there was no jobs, there was 25% youth unemployment. I came out of school with no qualifications. I got to £450 and all I was doing was playing World of Warcraft every day. I still don't think it was that big of a deal to me. But everyone's different, I suppose.
Dude, could you imagine, like, being like an Xbox account or whatever, and you were covering like Xbox, which you do, and they had the layoffs and stuff, and you put this tweet being like, days like today are the reasons why I do. Please send your favorite Xbox creators a message, like basically making like the Xbox layer stuff about you and not the people that were laid off. Could you imagine that? You would get ripped apart by literally everybody. But the dude's basically doing the same thing. It was just like, I'm flat. Do they really have this high opinion of themselves that think like their opinion matters simply because they get thousands of likes and hundreds of thousands of views on any sort of thing they post, that they feel like they're above criticism and that like they're hot shit? Because sometimes it certainly does seem like it. Like, oh, like I'm fucking super important. It's like, bro, all you do is literally post fucking aggregated news. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have an opinion. I really hope when the monetization changes happen, like all these dudes get hit fucking hard, and they're gonna have to change what they do. It's no longer just, oh, Bloomberg's got an article, let me just piece it all and put it together and then give them a link at the end. I hope it's just like, nope, you're not making anything off of this. And then you actually have to sort of like, how YouTube is, where you have to like change, they have to like actually change the content in a meaningful manner, right? Where and a meaningful manner, not adding like maybe a sentence of your own opinion on it. Like, you have to do more. I really, really hope this happens, because I think partially like the downfall of the X platform is literally paying people, because just, dude, I'll see tweets and it's like it's a video of somebody and they'll have the quote, and the quote is literally not said by the person in the video. And you'll read the comments and everybody is like, fuck that person for saying that. How could they do that? And I was like, did anybody actually watch this clip? Like, it's like the lying on here, the grifting on here for an Elon paycheck has ruined this platform. And I really hope it changes. Like I'm flabbergasted at this idea of people out there making like what the devs at Rockstar going through somehow about themselves, when they're literally just dudes behind a computer screen on our phone tweeting about this stuff, acting like it's fucking World War III. Like, get over your fucking self. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. These fucking dudes are pathetic. Like, I don't know a better word for it, bro. Jesus.
Yeah. It is a bit much, I think.
Yeah. We got Silas, who says, greetings. What is each of yours dream gaming scenario? For example, Jez probably dreams of playing World of Warcraft on a Windows phone nightly. It can be a dream game, console, whatever comes to mind. I don't know. I don't really have a dream scenario of like playing Halo at 343, but like my dream scenario was like going to E3, experiencing E3, and I got to do that. So I don't know if I have really a dream scenario anymore. I got to do the thing that I always wanted to do, and that was before they let the public in. So I got to even do it it was even more special. I mean, I got to break 1,000,000 gamer score on stage at Xbox, and they highlighted me, and Phil was there, and Mike Ybarra and stuff. Like, I don't think it really gets any better than that for me personally.
I'm gonna do my dream gaming scenario literally tomorrow.
What's that?
I'm gonna go to my sister's place, play some Overwatch, drink, and just chill. That's it. There's no better way to game.
Dude,
hanging out with some friends
you're not gonna
and
watch
just having fun.
the CM Punk Kevin Owens championship match tonight, bro?
Maybe we'll watch that as well
There you go. Yeah.
after some Overwatch.
There you go. After some Overwatch. All right.
Gem box free. Oh, by the way, Jenny's disappointed with you, Rand, because you
What did I
didn't
do?
put the wobbly life. You didn't put the wobbly life.
I mean, I told you when we talked about it that day. I said, unless I get a super chat for $500,
my nephew
there is no
upset.
way I'm putting wobbly life footage on the show.
My nephew's upset.
It doesn't
my
matter.
nephew's upset.
He can be upset. I'm sorry, Jez's nephew, that you're upset. But Jez lied to you because he knew I. Like, look, if we do like a you know, an Xbox 2 Ultimate soon, you can run that footage. Nobody's stopping you. But I'm not displaying that footage.
Why do you hate wobbly life so much?
I'm not putting wobbly life on here.
Why do you hate wobbly life so much?
It's not happening. It's not happening.
What is it? What is it about it?
Plenty of other games. We're not stooping to wobbly life.
What don't you like about wobbly life?
What should I like about? Should I like it?
It's cute. It's for the kids. Think of the kids.
Our gaming audience they ain't kids, man.
Some people watch it with their kids, I'm sure.
Well, not happening.
Maybe we should become more family friendly.
Unless somebody pays for it to happen, it's not happening. Sorry.
Damn.
Yes. I'm that harsh. James, he says, Jez, there's been a lot of chatter from ex-Bungie developers, e.g. Marcus, about status of Halo and possibility of them coming back. I love his dark take on the Halo reboot. We did talk about that as one of the first topics. And it's
I think, I really think they should, at the very least, consider doing a dark spin-off, like Rogue One, for example. I think, there's clearly a segment of the audience who's grown up, and they want the franchise to grow up with them. And I think there's probably a segment of the franchise, the audience, that would probably like things to stay as they were. So I've always said, open up the IP, let people pitch, give it some spin-offs, and see if that's inspires something new and fresh and interesting. I would love a dark, gritty military story. It doesn't have to be Master Chief. Maybe it can be like a different Spartan, or maybe it can be an ODST, or Hell Jumper, or whatever you call them. I don't know. Do something like that. Like Full Metal Jacket or something. Fuck it. Get Kojima to make one. We could have Kojima do a stealth game where you play as a Sangheili.
We're gonna let Kojima.
Well, fuck it. We're
gonna let Kojima Kojima?
Let him Kojima. Or let me play as a Let Golo. With all the worms and shit. Like that with that one game, Carry On.
Right.
Where you play as a monster. That'd be sick. I'd love to see someone else or another studio give it a go, because evidently Halo Studios doesn't have any ideas.
It'd be cool. Shay Elephant says, Happy Friday, Rand and Jez. Do you think there's any chance that DJ Hero may make a comeback? Thanks so much for the good shows, as always. I think there's a better chance Guitar Hero comes back than there is a DJ Hero. And I'm not sure Guitar Hero ever comes back. But if I had to put my money on one, it'd be Guitar Hero.
I don't know, Maybe in today's times, maybe DJ Hero would appeal to the youth more than Guitar Hero.
To the youth? Because the youth are definitely out there DJing, is what you're saying?
They're more into electronic music.
Are they really, though? Aren't they more into, like...
rock music?
I don't know what they're into. I don't know. I just can't see them being into
Korean, DJing. Like, BlizzCon released a press release, and they were like, these are all the celebrities coming to BlizzCon. I ain't heard of any of them. I ain't heard of a single one. It's all like K-pop and all this kind of stuff. So maybe they need to do like a K-pop hero or something.
Yeah, maybe that would
I
be.
do. That has to be like an audience for a Guitar Hero, DJ Hero kind of game to come back. Maybe the thing is it's just Music Hero,
Well, the thing is,
and
like, there
it's
might
less
be an
about
audience, but
specific.
how do you actually make and market and ship the game though? I don't think people are
I
willing to
think
buy plastic pieces of hardware for their devices. So it's like, do you play it on your phone? At that point, whatever. Like, I don't know.
you have to like. Oh. I think they'd have to partner with like a social network and have some kind of social media kind of integration with it or something. I don't know.
I don't know
I
either.
like I just remember that meeting that Bobby Kotick had that was hosted by James Corden internally, and I got the audio from it. But someone in that meeting snuck me the audio out, and they were like, "If we didn't partner with Microsoft, there's no way we'd be able to bring back Guitar Hero." And I was sitting there thinking, "Oh my god, they're going to bring back Guitar Hero," and it just never happened.
At least not yet.
So Kotick was just talking smack, I guess. I think probably the licensing stuff's too messed up these days.
Yeah,
Maybe Spotify could make it. Maybe Spotify could become Spotify Games, and they could make it and partner with Xbox on it or something. I don't know.
I don't know. We got
I It'd be cool to see it come back though for nostalgia reasons.
Pat Rock says, "Do you think the PS6 Helix will lead to more demasters and demakes? New games
I hope
designed
so.
to run on other new games designed to run on older hardware. As developers realize current consoles are powerful enough to run most next gen games, scaling back graphics, ray tracing, and AI driven features, I feel like a jump from this gen to next gen will be even smaller than the one to the Series X, especially since everything has SSDs and underpowered handhelds are a thing now." Yeah, probably.
I think
I don't expect the jump to be as great for sure.
I think it's going to be like a lot of games that were previously maybe choppy, or games that were previously like 30 frames and now 60 frames. Games that were previously 1440p 60 and now 4K 60. I do think it's going to be. It's probably not going to be a huge leap. I do think like the era of like, oh, we have a new generation, the previous generation's cut off. I do think like the Series S, X, Steam Deck, lower end computers are gonna prevent.
I mean, hell, the PlayStation has a handheld coming out too. But I do agree with
Yeah,
you. Like, I mean, this gen sort of ended the cross gen, right? Like everything was cross
yeah,
gen for years, and finally, this is the first year that Call of Duty is no longer cross gen, right? Although it's on the
yeah.
Switch too. And Microsoft did stop cross gen with their own games with Redfall, and PlayStation stopped it at some point. But I put it in the title, but there's the analyst out there saying that if these systems are approaching $1,000, that 5 years in, the sales for these things will be down 40%. At, at the same point or whatever, and it's like I don't necessarily find his analyst wrong on that. Because definitely,
Yeah,
like the audience for something at $1,000 is significantly smaller than the audience at something at $500, right?
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
if you have and I do think I would say like that probably affect PlayStation more, but PlayStation has like a bigger brand, so they could probably better withstand $1,000 PS6. But they would also be hurt by that because they wouldn't sell 120 million units. They probably would they even sell half? I don't even know. Xbox has their own problems with the fact that they didn't grow their audience this generation on console, and we've already had this discussion about exclusivity where it was like, yeah, they should make their biggest things exclusive, from Elder Scrolls to Fallout to StarCraft, despite Jez saying they shouldn't with StarCraft, but
Hmm.
he's wrong. Um, it should be, and I disagree with your assessment because you said that StarCraft couldn't be or whatever, and I said, well, StarCraft and Blizzard's audience are on PC, so what does it matter if it's not on PS5? You know,
Yeah,
So it's like,
yeah, maybe.
why couldn't it be exclusive? Why couldn't Diablo 5 be exclusive, tied in with the TV show? You know,
Yeah,
that's
maybe.
how essentially you build a platform. You make everything exclusive. You know, will people? That's the best way I think to get people to buy your hardware. Experiences that you can only get in one spot. Do Microsoft have the courage to be able to do all that? I don't know.
The cojones.
Do they have the balls? Maybe Austin's got bigger balls than Phil ever had. Who knows?
We'll find out over the next few years.
But yeah, like 100%, if those consoles are that price, you're going to see massive drop off. And I don't know. I don't know. I mean, what are you supposed to do when price of the components are that high, and AI is taking up everything, and you just happen to also be like releasing these at the end of a generation, and you already have plans for these things, and they're already in development. I mean, what do? You can't really end development. So stuck between a rock and a hard place in that point. Conquer says, longtime fan, finally able to support on Patreon. Well, thank you, Conquer. Didn't have time to think of a question this week, but wanted to say you guys are great. Watching your show always makes the workday better. Keep up the great work. Thank you. And it's funny because, as I said at the beginning of the show, I wanted to skip this week because I wasn't sure we were going to be able to provide a good show for people, because I didn't really think there was much to talk about. And here we are, almost about to approach 4 hours. And I feel like it was a really good show. So
yeah, I enjoyed it.
I don't know.
I actually think, like,
how do we do
sometimes when there's less topics, there's less pressure to get through everything, and you can just have a more relaxed conversation.
We give ourselves a lot of time to get through everything. I mean, we do almost a 4-hour show. Some people will say we go too long, and sometimes we repeat ourselves or whatever. But I feel like we give the time it takes. Well, yeah, Phil told me that too. Like, your shows are too long. It's like, Phil, there's like, if you want timestamps, they're in the comments or whatever. You can click on whatever you want to listen to. But I was worried because it was like, well, the only real thing is the GTA leaks. But I think we had a great discussion about the GTA stuff, and there were other things to talk about and expand upon. Yeah. So it was a fun show. I'm glad we did it. I'm glad we did 2 shows this week. So hopefully everybody gets their fix of us. Yeah. We have Goggles Lens, which, can you guess what his question is going to be about? His questions are always about. Tim Schafer had an interview with Kinda Funny today. They are planning on having another Amnesia Fortnite, which is good to get creativity flowing. They do plan on going back into Kickstarter, which makes sense, and also what Jez was predicting. But also they still have other projects in the works, which is good to know. What do you guys think overall? I mean, it's exactly what I thought would happen. I thought they'd go back to Kickstarter. I didn't know if they do the Indie Jam or the Amnesia Jam, but that's kind of what I thought they would do. Yeah, I'm happy,
curious. Like,
I'm happy that they were able to get control of their stuff, and like, I honestly want to see a Psychonauts 3. I wouldn't be against a Brutal Legend 2.
I love that.
I mean, they're very creative people. I just sort of feel like they missed, like, the Keeper Kiln stuff was too Game Pass coded. It really felt like those games existed simply because Game Pass allowed them to exist in an era where, like, they were just like, make whatever. And if they were, like, actually trying to, like, sell those games or actually had to, fund them games themselves, I sincerely doubt those games would ever be made. So I'm very curious to see what they end up making. I know you had reported beforehand, before they bought themselves back, that they had a big project in development.
A more ambitious project is what I was told. But I don't know if that ever got off the ground. Maybe it was just, incubation, or it doesn't. I mean, if they're pivoting to what should we do next, maybe.
Well, the game jam thing is for a small game. So they're going to do a game jam thing on Kickstarter, and people can vote on, through, Patreon or the tiers or whatever, which game they essentially end up sort of making small. They said small game. So I feel like that's just, okay, we need some funds. I feel like somebody's funding their big game, which maybe it's still Microsoft. And
yeah, maybe Microsoft's just gonna.
But they're like, okay, well, they said they have publishing rights for all their games, but maybe that's not necessarily the case for, like, a future game. But I sort of feel like whatever that big project was, maybe Microsoft is still funding, but then they also still need to get, like, hey, we need to do Kickstarter because we do a smaller game, and have that conversation with fans. So, like, while the bigger game's being worked on, like, you can still do the smaller stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's not how it's going to happen, but.
Yeah, we'll see.
Good old Collinwood says, hello, Rand and Jez. Jez, I recently read your tweet about the ruinous Xbox multi-platform strategy. Having said that, strategically, when would you schedule Forza Horizon 6 on the PlayStation 5? Well, for context, what was your tweet, Jez, that good old Collinwood here is referencing to? What'd you say?
I'm honestly not sure. I've got a lot of tweets about that. I'm not sure off the top of my head what he's referring to, but it was ruinous, evidently.
Yes.
Like as much as I even tried to convince myself that maybe there was some logic to it. And I do think there is something to be said about certain games, you know, to really become, merchandisable, big media properties. They do need to be on as many platforms as possible. But I also think there's some franchises which just work better as exclusive. And I think Gears and Halo are potentially two of those. And I think at least with regards to Halo, you could still have some of that merchandising flywheel with just PC as well, because it's got a legacy of being pretty big anyway. But Forza Horizon seems to be a game that can sell really well, even if it launches several months after the fact. And I think that we saw that with Forza Horizon 5, I want to say. Didn't that launch a year late on PlayStation?
Forza Horizon Forza Horizon 5 launched in 2021, Jez. It
What was
didn't
the
la-
game that launched on PlayStation years after the fact? Was it Forza Horizon 5? It
I
was,
mean,
wasn't
Forza
it?
Horizon 5 launched in 2025 on PlayStation 4 years later.
So several years later. So there you go.
Yeah.
There's your answer. 4 years later.
I don't think Forza Horizon 6 is going to take 4 years to launch on PlayStation.
How about a year later?
I could
Do it a year later.
I could see them launching Forza Horizon 5. Well, they got Fable coming out, and they probably are all hands on Fable right now, right? Trying to finish it up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, like you said, Forza Horizon 5 came out in May, or Forza Horizon 6 rather. I could easily see it being like, yeah, it's a 1 year anniversary. The first expansion's out, and we're also releasing it on PlayStation. I could definitely see that to be the case. It's clearly not this year. If anybody was still holding out hope that it was going to release this year, I mean, I think that's clearly over. There's no space to release it. And I sincerely doubt it's going to be like January, and they have their own game in Fable in February. So yeah, it's probably most likely going to be May, right before the new fiscal year. And you can probably then you could also upsell the $100 version or $120 version, because like the first expansion will be out, right? So people can buy that and stuff. That's kind of where I'm looking at now. Be a year, sometime in May. See if we have anything more newest. Let me just reload this page. We got any comments coming in late? Let's see. I don't think so. I think I got them all. I think I got everything. But yeah, I think is anything else you want to talk about, Chess? We still got some time. I mean, I don't necessarily have to go for a bit, but do you have?
I need to go.
You need to go though. Okay.
I need to go.
So Jez needs to go. So we'll end the show here.
Oh, we got a super chat.
We do. Let me take a look. See. Oh, okay. We have Mr. Risk It for the Biscuit himself. Says, looking back, Jez, do you think that those that stood fast against the multiplayer strategy made a difference, or do you think it was strategic, profit driven?
That's a good question. I think
I'll tell you what it is. It was change in management, change in leadership, looking at all the data that was there. It had nothing to do with people standing firm or whatever, because people hated that shit from the day one. And they still did it, and they even went further. At first, it was 4 games, then it was like, oh, there's no red lines, then it was everything, and they didn't change their mind. The only way it changed is because they had new leadership come in, and new leadership had different plans. That's it. That's all. Change in leadership is the only reason why.
I do think there's something to be said. Like, if everyone was just say, for example, we're in another dimension and everyone was super enthusiastic about it. I mean, what Ash has said at the bottom line is it didn't grow the platform. It didn't grow the platform, didn't grow money. So I think that's what the bottom line is. But like, I think if people were like, if Microsoft had somehow managed to land a narrative that was like, we're multi-platform, but also here's actually a really good reason to keep buying hardware, then they probably would have kept doing it. But I think at the end of the day, it was so universally disruptive in a bad way that it was probably inevitable that they were going to pull back on it in some way, you know. But we still don't really know the extent to which they have pulled back, you know.
If they pulled
Like
back, yeah.
if I had to, I mean, we've got two games,
Hmm.
possibly a third one being
Maybe.
announced soonish, only maybe. But like, we've got two games right now. There's no real evidence. Like, I don't believe the next Halo will be on PlayStation, if indeed we ever get another Halo. But there's still like Fable's still launching on PlayStation, which
Hmm.
I think is insane.
I think
Uh,
that's specifically because they already announced it for it.
I also heard it was really, really
I
expensive.
mean, that
But
is
I
too.
think
It's super
Gears
expensive.
was also
Gears is
Gears
expensive.
was expensive too.
I mean,
So like, I don't does Gears make its money back without going
probably
to
not.
PlayStation? I don't know. So
But I'm the question then. But even the question then is like, would it have made its money back even if it was on PlayStation? Because judging from some of the sales of, Halo CE, is not. It's like we said. It was like, so we went multi-platform to sell an extra million copies of Halo on PlayStation. That doesn't necessarily seem like, you maybe understand it better if Halo CE performed like Forza Horizon 5, where it sold 6 million copies or some shit. Where you like look at it and be like,
mm,
okay, well, that made Forza Horizon a bigger franchise in general, which, clearly did with Forza Horizon 6 because it blew up even bigger on PC, and it's, doing it gangbusters on Xbox, and people are looking forward to playing it whenever it releases on PlayStation. But clearly, like, it that, and you look at like Sea of Thieves, where it worked, you know, for the games themselves, even at like the detriment of the Xbox platform. You could be like, well, this is what we were going for, so it worked. But did it work for Hi-Fi Rush? Did it work for Pentiment? Maybe it worked for Pentiment because it was just a cheap game in general, right? Did it work for Grounded? Seems like Grounded's doing pretty well, so I would say probably worked for Grounded, but not to the extent of that it worked for Forza. But it's like, Starfield do well, and it's like, Indiana Jones, Doom: The Dark Ages. You'd have to be like there in the company looking at the books and seeing like, okay, so like, yeah, you look at Gears and it's like, yeah, I'm sure there's been a ton of money been poured into that game, right? And it's like,
mhm.
okay, well, what was it going to do on PlayStation anyways? I mean, we're also like in the time where like there's tons of games coming out on PlayStation and Xbox every single week until GTA 6 comes out. And Gears is coming out at the end of that. Like, you have all these games coming out in September, and then Gears is early October, and it's like, maybe just people are out of money and it simply doesn't sell because it's too expensive. And it's just like, it just did okay. And then, like, well, we put Gears 1 there, and Gears 1 did alright, I guess. But it's like, well, Gears E-Day is just 100 times more expensive, and just doing okay in PlayStation is not a recipe for success, right? So that's kind of the reason why I've said, like, we've talked about it one time, but the whole Fable God of War thing. And I know like some Xbox fans are, when I said this, got upset, but like, since Fable's a multi-platform game, you need to do what's best. And I think what's best for that game, probably at that point, considering how much money is poured into it, is you need to do a launch date where it's not directly competing against a bigger game on PlayStation, so you can maximize your money, instead of being like, well, we released it, and then guess what? Everybody on PlayStation chose to play the fucking PlayStation franchise and not our,
Mm,
RPG that who knows what, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
that's the thing about all
Especially
this.
now,
It's
since like Microsoft has very visibly suggested that not Fable 2 might not be there. So like, if I'm a PlayStation guy, am I thinking like, do I want to bother getting invested in this franchise when I don't know for sure if the sequel is going to be on my franchise? I've kind of fucked it from both ends.
I don't know
You
about
know,
that. I think people would look at it and be like, "Oh, well, this Fable might whatever. I'll get it if it's really good." But like you mentioned, like it is just 2 games, and we assume, at least the way I think of it, is like if they're serious, and the way they talk about it, like they're talking about it like they're serious about it, and it's fine. But there's, words are words, actions are completely something completely different, right? So let me see by your actions, like, and if you make Elder Scrolls exclusive and Fallout, like then okay, then I know you're serious because like you can make the argument that Elder Scrolls 6 is the most anticipated game after GTA 6. And if you are wondering how you're going to bring players to your ecosystem, that's as good as any. And probably better than any, really. But then I know the naysayers will be like, well, look at Starfield. And it's like, yeah, I guess like you could look at Starfield and be like, well, the Starfield didn't work. And, well, hopefully like Elder Scrolls is a better received game than that. But if you're not willing to do it with that game, like I honestly think if you're not willing to do it with your biggest games, then you aren't really invested in your own platform. Then it's just all just sort of just performative. It's just performative talk. Like
yeah.
like the audio's not matching the visuals, and then at that point it's just like, okay, well you're not really 100% behind this, which is why I suggested like StarCraft should be exclusive, which you kind of hemmed and hawed because you're all about Blizzard and Blizzard making its money, and I'm just like, well, why not?
Blizzard.
But either way, we talked about
Blizzard.
that on Monday. We don't need to rehash it all, but appreciate
Blizzard.
everybody.
You got 2 more super chats.
Okay, let me read them. Let's see. We have one STN 15.2 Move Fable release. I'm selling my Xbox ASAP. Not gonna lie. So wait, if they Move Fable release, you're selling your Xbox? I mean, I'm not talking about moving in a year. I'm literally talking about moving in a month. But okay. Risk It All says, in real life, I know many PlayStation players that are excited for Fable. It's the game that comes up often. Exactly why they need to pull it from PlayStation no matter cost. Well, they're not pulling it from PlayStation. I think they've made that pretty apparent. Plus, Jez's reporting says that the game's uncomfortably over budget. So they probably are actually actively, I'm sure they probably factored in the PS sales into its budget and stuff. So, that's not going to happen. I think it's pretty clear. But anyways, thank you guys so much for being here with us. We appreciate you. If you enjoyed the show, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. If you're on iTunes or Spotify, leave us a review or a thumbs up, 5 stars. Check out our sponsor, surfshark.com/XB2 for 86% off a 2-year deal. Protect yourself online with a world-class VPN. And if you want to support us more directly, you can at patreon.com/XB2. We got questions, we got shout outs, we got early access and exclusive podcasts and all that good stuff on there. We'll be back maybe Tuesday for an ultimate, although it depends on our schedules. Plus, like, I think Keeley shows on Tuesday, so, like, we'll see. But we'll definitely be back on Friday. There'll be a lot of news, a lot of things going on. So, until then, enjoy your weekend, guys. And keep it gaming. Later.
Peace out.